Welcome. Welcome to the stream. It's the stream. It's more compiler stuff. Stream. And I'm streaming. It works. I can hear myself through Twitch. Pause that and get out of there. Alrighty. How is everybody? Let's make our announcement. How about it? How about it? Not there. I am live. We'll do a little red circle, just for fun. Put the link right away. Why not? And then compiler stuffs, part 41. Looks good to me. Looks good to me. How's everybody doing? How is everybody? Let's get this going. Alrighty. We have... Hey, Siraide, what's up? How is it going? Speaking of Siraide, dun dun, that's no moon. What's up, Nexovec? Nexovec says, good evening. I'm glad it's good. I want to go into like a Gandalf. Is it a good evening to... Is it an evening to be good on? Is it just generally a good evening? Am I meant to be good and I'm not currently? My terrible old man. What's up, Nexovec? How's everybody doing? Thank you so much for tuning in. Speaking of Siraide, we have a giant PR. Siraide says, all right, I've added one last optimization. You'll see. Oh? Nexovec says, still working on the compiler with everybody? That's what we're doing. And we have another, small PR. Mr. Mugume says, merge and pray. Oh. Uh-oh. We trust Siraide. We do. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. You might want to take a look at the changes before you merge. I was gonna. It's just funny. Don't even look at it. Just merge it. I'm sure it's great. So we have the top level CMake with a new file and new options. I'm an idiot. I thought you said cheese. Nextvex says, I really need to make a compiler too. I've been making a chest GUI for the past 2 to 3 weeks. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at a cheese GUI. Maybe I could zoom in a bit. The code always looks a bit small. Okay. Can I just... Oh, that doesn't work very well. That worked, it's very slow. Can I get it not split? Can I change my view? There's no way to go back to the non-split view now, is there? Like, can I make it just 1/2? Is this better? I would do better if you know how. Okay, nope. Yeah, nope. Nexovex says GitHub users doing GitHub things. I don't like GitHub. I like Codeberg. Siraide says, isn't the view always split? Oh, you're a new GitHub user. Or am I being stupid? This is like brand new. This came out a few months ago, this whole view. This is very different from PR file review. It used to be much different. Hey, there it is. It's the little cog. That makes sense. There we go. I don't need to see the old code. Mr. Mugume says, I have no friends. I never work with PRs. See, I didn't have friends for a long time either. But if you'll notice, I'm going to do a little detour here. Everything's so zoomed in. This is crazy. If you go to pull requests and look at them, you can see that all of them are by me into my own thing. You can use pull requests just by yourself, and they're very helpful. Like support VirtualBox. I just had to change so much crap in here because I literally disabled everything, right? Remove literally everything. Here it is. The only way to figure out what causes the page fault is to go step by step, re-enabling stuff and rebuilding. Okay? NextVex says, can you solve a pull request locally? I don't like the browser UI. Use not GitHub. Use like Codeberg. They have a different UI. They use Git. It's pretty good. Mr. Mugme says, for what though? Just push to main. I mean, then you just lose all your changes in some random commit. In this way, it's really easy to just switch between two different branches. Does that make sense? Because the main branch worked in QEMU. I didn't want to break it. But I wanted it to work in VirtualBox, where I had to remove literally everything to figure out what the hell's going on. Looking good so far. Either I did it wrong, or VBox did. Most likely it was I. Either way, we can fix it by simply not doing that test in VBox. Done. See, so I started fixing things that were broken in VirtualBox, and I just kept going, and the main branch this whole time was fine. Much like it is right now with the fork exec branch and the PR, which isn't open yet because it's not ready. But that's what's going to happen. See? Nixvex says, I guess you could like add a branch with remote set to the PR and merge. Well, all a PR is a branch. So you end up just making a new branch anyway. That's how you initiate a PR. So yeah, you just make a new branch other than main, push to that, and then merge it into master. And you can do that locally. Like Siraide pointed out, I generally just work on a separate branch and merge it into master once everything is working. See? I just like having the PRs. Because I kind of prefer to have the history there of what I've worked on. And in what order and when, and I don't know. I'm a nerd. CMake. We have a bunch of errors enabled if we're not on Windows, because on Windows there's some stupid... this is warning level 4. Hopefully that's enough. No, it's like DEF CON. Like, I don't actually know what any of the levels do, but they sound cool. They sound cool, man. And then we shouldn't do this. This is bad. I'll fix it. It's fine. Technically, CMake build type doesn't always exist. You have to check CMake build type ignored, and don't worry about it. We'll fix it. It's fine. It's a very little known CMake detail. Define debug and not Win32. That's because libasan just doesn't exist on Windows, so that's why we can't do that on Win32. But that's just the address sanitizer, which helps with like heap corruption. Siraide says, I checked and CLion sets CMake build type. I guess that's why it works for me. Haha. Definitely. That's just indent, right? I'll eventually fix it in Emacs. It will look correct once more. Indent in a cast. Oh yeah. I didn't even mention that. Because W conversion. I see. So we have to explicitly convert. That's fine with me. We put braces around the if. Not too insane, I guess. This is just indent. Can just hide. I don't want to hide white space. I'll check it all out. I have a feeling this is indent. Is anything different? I don't think anything's different. This is all just very differently indented. What is this? 4 spaces? Sea Lion does some funky stuff. Nextvex says, I only work on master. We are not the same. You're not even supposed to call it master anymore. You're supposed to call it main, bruh. You're working in 1984. You're like, Git was just invented, man. That's just an extra scope because shadowing basically wrap everything with braces. Okay. Yeah, I think it's the same, just indent changed, which makes it confusing. Okay. Yeah. This is a shadowing thing. Nextvex says, meanwhile, me renaming main to master on every new repo. Why though? Indent. A lot of white space changes this time around. Conversion. I'm sure it's just all these early files. Turns out when you touch everything. Nextvex says, because it's the rule. What does that mean? Mr. Mugume says, you can change the default. The default has been changed. If you make a new repo, it's main now. Or at least it should be. If you make it through GitHub or Git, pretty sure. There's a whole thing about it. Like a year ago, right? 6 months. We now have a helper. IR is closed. That's probably a good thing. Codegen lower. When does that happen? After codegen, but before optimizations. Okay. Sounds cool. We have, if you'll notice, what is that? We have an optimize flag now, and codegen optimize. Uh-oh. So this is what using 100% of the brain feels like in response to, yeah, but you can change it back to master. Oh God. Why? Why do you want to use a term that's deprecated? It's like just being contrarian for the sake of it. Do you have a reason why you want to use that word? Because I have no reason. I can't think of one, like why somebody would want to use that over main. I'm surprised Automod didn't catch that. Siraide says, I use master because I'm used to it and that's it. That makes sense. That's a reason. I used it the whole time. I just I don't I don't really care if the name of things change. I don't think it affects me if I use main or master, but it may affect somebody else. So I just use main. Did all the other Git hosts, Git, GitLab, etc. also switch to main? I don't know about GitLab, but I'm pretty sure Git did. I don't use GitLab. Or I haven't used GitLab in the last 6 months, I should say. Here's some helpers. Remove use, IR is branch. You can see we have a lot of vector macros now. So yeah, we have vector.h. Ooh boy. You can see there's a lot of magic happening here. Wow, this is crazy. Very cool. I mean, the best name for the main branch is obviously trunk, simply because it's funny. I'm still gonna stick with master though. Why? I mean, I'm not trying to be rude here, but like, you kind of understand how it sounds insensitive, like, I've used this my whole life. I'm gonna continue to use it, and I don't care. It's like, it's not that hard to use main. If people care about it, why not? I don't care about it. It's just a word. Use any word you like. And if people don't like it, I mean, why keep using it? Mr. Mugame says, I think I have to update my self-hosted Git T version, lol. Most likely. It's probably only in like the very recent ones. Where were we? We were somewhere. This should actually be the last instruction that actually yields a value. Which should always be the last instruction due to the type checker. Come on, Siraide, don't be like that. See, that's just being contrarian for the sake of it, going, I'm gonna be different, and I don't care. It's just being insensitive on purpose. Like, do you see how that makes you, do you see another perspective on that, on your own perspective? Like, oh, I'm just gonna annoy the people that are offended. Like, can you not understand why they're offended? Do you not get that that's a whole thing? And it's not a thing for you, but I think we can all acknowledge that and why that is, right? It is a thing. Am I the only one who thinks there is nothing insensitive about master? I guess not. That's weird. I don't care about it, as I've said. I don't care what the word is. Why do you care that that's the word? That makes it seem like you have another foot in the game. You know what I mean? Just change the word. Who cares? Are you gonna go like, I can't learn a new word because I'm over 15 years old? Like, what are you talking about? You guys are being weird, man. I'm gonna continue being me because I like it. Where were we? We have helpers. We have... Mr. Mugame says, oh fuck, not this discussion. Well, if you're gonna be assholes, I don't really care. I'll have it. Stop assuming bad intentions, Linzer. We are chill. You're arguing to use a word that people don't want you to use. Why? And you can't give a reason why. All you say is, well, I'm going to annoy them now because they think it's annoying. Like, what? How do you think that makes you not an asshole? It's just rude. Even if somebody asks you to stop saying, like, peanut butter because it annoys them, you're just going to say it all the time and be an asshole? Peanut butter, peanut butter, peanut butter, peanut butter. Like, is that you? Because that's you right now. If you want to be a 4-year-old about things, you can. Annoy people, have them not like you, that's fine. But why? There's no reason. You're just doing it because, I guess, you want to be rude. Nexavec says, I'm used to it. That's enough of a reason. Okay. I'm glad that you you use that as a justification for why things should continue to be the way they are. I'm used to it. Of course we shouldn't change it. Lol. It's like cars with seatbelts? Nah, I'm used to them without seatbelts. I'm not gonna wear mine. What is this mindset you are demonstrating right now? It's so odd. It's a very old man mindset, right? Can we agree on that? I'm not going to change my mind because I'm dug in. Nexavec says it offers no productivity boost, nor is there any external reason, well that's false, or legislature or safety concerns, that's true, that would change my mind. So if you hurt somebody's feelings, that doesn't give you any reason to stop doing what you're doing? You just continue to hurt them on purpose, even though knowing you're hurting them? It seems a little wrong, bud. That seems like an external reason for you to stop doing something. Siraide says, it's for the same reason that I use die as a function call, etc. I prefer using established terms, and as a linguist, established terms. Yeah, there's nothing other than die that could mean the same thing. There's no synonyms in English that have been established to mean shut something down, or close, or exit. None of those make any sense. I agree. You're kind of, as a linguist, I think you'd be okay with words changing over time. And you're not dug in to like, a language is this specific thing that's defined in a dictionary. It's like, I don't think you think that. Right? I think you agree that a language is something like a collection of ideas and communications between people. So if some of those people don't like how you're communicating, shouldn't you communicate a little differently? Doesn't seem that hard. Can you not use new words? I just don't get it. Like when you were young, you said certain things and people, your parents may have said like, hey, don't call somebody stupid, don't do that, or your teacher. Somebody was like, hey, don't talk like that. And then you did it because you hurt somebody's feelings when you talked like that. You saying you can't do that still? I'm just saying, it's not that hard. All you have to show is improvement. All you have to do is try. It's not like you have to be perfect. You can continue to use master, but just acknowledge what you're doing and why you're doing it, right? Don't go, there's no reason to switch. Okay, well, there's no reason to not call everybody stupid and hateful terms and just make up things about them. Why not? There's no reason not to. Right? What are you talking about? I guess you just like hurting people's feelings? You don't care? It's just odd. It's a little odd when you say there's no external reason. Well, okay. I guess hurting people's feelings is not a reason. To you, because you don't care about it. That's all you're demonstrating. Did I call anyone stupid? No. I think I called people in general stupid. And I used it as an example, that's right. I'm just saying that if Mr. Mugume, nor is there any external reason. Exactly. It doesn't make any sense. Like, so hurting someone's feeling just isn't an external reason for you. You go, I don't regard it as a reason to stop doing something if I hurt somebody's feelings or a lot of people's feelings. Right? And it seems like there is no productivity boost. Guess what? If you used main, we wouldn't have had this discussion and this PR would already be merged. So there would be a productivity boost, bud. First time chat from Sergey Lunev, people always hurt feelings. Even if you try not to hurt, you will hurt. So you're just going to try and hurt people's feelings? What are you talking about? Should you not do your best to not hurt other people's feelings? I believe in my life that I would like to be polite and have people view me as someone who is diplomatic and can communicate even through hardship. Isn't that what you want? Do you want to be viewed as the guy who, oh, they just do whatever they want and don't care what I say? Is that who you want to be? What are you talking about? You're using weird, you're making very weird points, is all I'm going to say. Like, all of your points are, well, this is my mind and I'm not changing it. Like, okay, you can be that guy. No one's going to stop you. It's not illegal. Just people aren't going to like you. Well, Nexavec, he says, masters shouldn't hurt anyone. Well, what? Okay, cool. Good for you. That's a cool opinion, I guess. Siraide says, can we stop this discussion now and continue with the merge? Oh, I have been continuing with the merge. I'm reading at a rate that I am comfortable with. But no, I'm not going to stop this discussion. Just go, no, I'm not talking about this. Because we disagree, so we can't talk about it. Just work through the hardship. If you had a point, you would have said it. All you're saying is, I'm not changing my mind because, I don't care about other people's feelings. Of course I'm going to talk about that. That's not a healthy mindset, especially not in my chat. I'm supposed to be positive here and help everybody out. Vimy says, "Is it a compiler, dude?" Oh, that's such good timing. with the with, with the emotes. Oh, I always love Vimy emotes. What's up, Vimy? It is a compiler, dude. Let's go check it out. Do you want to see it? Let's go compile something. Here's a hint. I already have the this branch, so we can test it out. Here, I'll prove it. See? Okay. And what we can do... Okay, are you ready? Are you ready? We're going to compile something. So we rebuilt the whole compiler. We cleaned all the files. We rebuilt them. And then we compiled the file into assembly code.s. Look at this. That's a little long, though, is what Siraide was thinking. So Siraide thinks, we can shorten that right up with some optimizations. Look at that. Look at that beauty. It's a compiler, my dude. Vimy says, "How are you guys? Hope you compile hard, my dudes." Yeah, Vimy. Just gonna circle back. Vimy, do you what do you use? Do you have any programming projects of your own? What do you call the branch that you work on all the time? Like GCC has trunk, right? What do you use? Vimy says, "Beautiful." Okay, I just gotta show this. The emotes are too good to not show. Vimy says, "Ooh, don't make me angry, dude." Yeah, that's exactly what we're dealing with. Apparently, I make a bunch of people angry because I use the new word. Because I don't want to hurt people's feelings. I guess that's controversial. I guess we should all try and hurt each other as much as possible. That's... Nexivec says, "I don't like how I got Linzer a little riled up because of the bike shed discussion. We should code instead of this." I enjoy it. It gives me something to think about. Human nature is human nature. We're always going to argue and do things. Might as well make it something productive that actually matters. Vimy says, "Only Google Disk version control." Wow. And Nexivec, don't feel bad. It's not like your actions got me riled up. I'm riled up about the issue. You were just a demonstration of the issue in my life. So, Nexivec, I don't have any bad feelings towards you. Don't feel like you did that to me. I did that to me. Only I can make myself angry, right? I can control my emotions. I just chose to control them in an angry way there, right? Nexivec says, "I'd be very much interested in the psychology behind this discussion. You should be a psychologist." Vimy says, "Wait, what's the discussion about? Trunk versus new versus something else?" Well, some people in chat here think that master is a term that shouldn't hurt anybody's feelings, and that hurting somebody's feelings isn't a reason to stop doing something, which is just fundamentally something I disagree with. Otherwise, we'd all still be calling each other bad names and pushing each other over, and, you know, it'd be horrible. There'd be bullies all over the world. We try and stop bullying, which means if the words you're using hurt somebody's feelings, even if it doesn't seem like they should, and you're just playing and you're just doing your thing. Nexivec says, "I never said the second thing." Okay, that's fair. Sometimes it's a reason to change when you hurt people. And then you said, yeah, I said the first thing, yeah. You did say that. You said that something that does hurt people doesn't hurt people, and then said there's no reason to stop doing it. Just because you don't acknowledge that somebody's feelings are hurt doesn't mean they're not hurt. Vimy says, okay, I'm not joining that discussion. Lol. I just don't see how Maine has anything against it. The only reason people give are like, because I used the other one. Okay. They make it really easy in Git to go change the name. Like, do you realize they thought about this? Are you ready? Are you ready? Oh, wait. Oh, you can just, rename branch. Oh, what? You just click it and then you do it. Oh my, it's so hard. It's impossible, right? They're asking so much of you to not hurt their feelings. It's too much work. Zaria says, we love bullying. Kappa. Oh, Lamau. Mr. Mugume, yeah, you dick. That's my opinion. I'm gonna allow it. Automod catches that, but not the other stuff. It's incredible. Vimy, just to fuck you all up, I'm gonna name my source branch Hyper World of Pain. See that? That's creative. I agree with that. That's awesome. Nexivec says, I guess the real deep reason I don't want to switch is I don't like when someone tries to artificially manipulate my behavior in a very public way just for the sake of it. See, that's the thing. I understand that feeling, okay? I very much agree with that. If somebody came up to you and was like, hey, you're walking wrong, you gotta walk differently. It'd be like, no, my walk is fine, I walk how I walk, right? And I totally get your point. Like, this is how I have walked, I'm not gonna change my walk just for no reason. Totally makes sense to me. However, what if when you walked, you bumped into people? Then it's a little different, right? Then could you understand, like, hey, can you stop bumping into people when you walk? People are going to ask you that. And you're not going to go, no, this is my walk. I bump into people, and this is what I do. And if you have a problem with it, well, don't walk near me. It's like, is that who you want to be? You want to be the guy that nobody walks near because you might get bumped into? So it's not just for the sake of it. Zarias says maybe people should learn how to walk your walk then. Everybody knows how, they just choose not to. Because we know how to bump into other people when we walk. Vimy says, yeah, but don't force people to use your repo. People can do what they want. I'm just curious as to why they're saying, I'm not going to change my mind. But I totally understand Nexivec's perspective now. He described it in a very eloquent way. I don't like when someone tries to artificially manipulate my behavior in a very public way just for the sake of it. I get it. Vimy says, so comparison is a bit out of place. Not really. Because even if you clone the repo, if you want to work contributively and like cooperatively, you have to use the branch names that they have. And you have to make pull requests with those branch names. We live in a world where I'm offended turns into you're wrong, says Vimy. I agree that is a common mindset in America. It's not in a world. In America, that's a common mindset. And it's not correct. It's just that if you want to keep doing the things you're doing that people are offended by, just acknowledge that you're purposefully hurting people's feelings and you don't care about them. Because if you cared about them, you're not going to say a word they dislike over and over every day and make them use it just to be able to do what they want to do in life. Siraide says, what upsets me about it is the mentality of, oh, don't use that word, that's a bad word, you're bad for using it, don't use it. Whether that's objectively true in this case or not is subject to discussion, I'd say. I agree. But objectively, the word is fine. I would agree with that. Subjectively, people's feelings get hurt, so stop using it. Okay? It's not that hard. Vimy says you can just fork the repo. Yeah, and you clone all of the branch names when you do that. And if you want to make a pull request, you have to keep the branch names. Otherwise, the merge can't happen. Vme says, just acknowledge I am a dick. Embrace who you are. See, Vme gets it. Vme gets it. If you went, hey, I'm kind of an asshole for this, but I just keep using the words that people get offended by because I don't care about their feelings. Go for it. But you have to understand why someone could be offended by that word. You can't say like, oh, that was never a word used with bad intentions. Like, what? It's obviously a word that was used in a even very recently, and still used, right? In places. Mr. Streamer, it's V the editor, not V. VE, I would say, is VE. VI, I would say, is V. And the IPA would agree. We're back here. A lot of vector macros. So we now have IR copy unused. Nice, that's right, because sometimes we don't need to insert uses. But it's just, I don't know. It seems like you've been doing this your whole life, where you learn words, and then you learn some of them shouldn't be used in certain situations. And you go, oh, I'll stop using it so that the people around me don't get upset. And then you stop using them. And everything goes rather smoothly. Whoa. I don't even know if I should read this one. I don't want this soundbite of my voice on the internet. Here. If you want to read it, go for it. Okay? It's on screen. Vimy says, my opinion is, it's not used in an offensive context. Okay. So I can't really be arsed to go that far into the woods. Okay. Yeah, going this far into the woods. I hate to do it again, but are you ready? Oh man. Here's what it would take. Are you ready? Oh, we go to settings. Oh, we go to branches. Oh, you hit rename. That's far, man. That's so much work. That's far into the woods, man. That's a trek. That's a trudging through the mud right there. That was tough. No reason that we should have to do that. Oh my God. It's unreasonable. I won't do it. I won't change my mind because I like it. It's like, what? Just hit 4 button presses. And I was in the middle of reviewing a pull request. If you weren't there, if you're already here, guess what? 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, that's so hard. Man, I'd rather hurt people's feelings than do that. Wow. That's your opinion? That is your opinion? Imagine having that opinion in 2022. By that logic, Jenkins CI should be deleted from every server it runs on. It should just be renamed. It doesn't have to not be used. It's just about accepting as many people as possible going forward. Mr. Mugume touches on the perfect subject. I don't think it's as much about offending someone as it's about letting someone remember and have bad memories. That's exactly correct. Mr. Mugume, you nailed it. It's not like they hear the word and they break down and go, those 2 syllables together make me cry. It's just that that word may have been used in a very terrible way and remind them of very terrible things. It's not like they just go, oh my God, I can't hear the word. It's terrible. The word isn't terrible. It's just it's how it's been used in the past and still used in some parts of the world. You got to understand, right? If you don't understand, I'd be a little concerned. Nexavec says, of memories of what? You really can't think of any bad memories that could be associated with that word. Not one. If so, that's a little worrying, Nexavec. I'd maybe ponder on that one. Okay? Maybe try and see the world from some other people's perspectives, right? Mr. Mugame, with the facts, slavery is bigger than ever in the world. Mm-hmm. That's just a fact. Vimy says, well, it's really a gray area. Let's not use all the words that have some bad associations to them. It's not just a bad association. It's an ongoing... First time chat from Nocto, some ban the child parent thing too. Really? I've heard that one is fine. I think in the international compendium, when all the companies came together, they said child parent was okay. Because it induces a relationship. You're right though, it's another one that they thought about removing. Nexavec says, in response to slavery is bigger than ever in the world, I didn't know. Damn. I'm sorry. I had to process that. You didn't know slavery is bigger than ever in the world. Yeah. Oh, come on, Nexavec. Come on. It's kind of a big group that have bad associations with the word, Mr. Mugame, and then corrects himself to has, which is correct. It's really sad. There are giant issues in the world, and just because your history teacher told you, oh yeah, it's all great now, guess what? It's not. If you look into it, it's a surprising amount of people who have directly dealt with it in their lives. Maybe not if you're a white American, right? Or a white European. You'll probably be fine and have avoided it for a long, long time. But guess what? The world sucks. You don't need to remind people of that intentionally just because you don't think it offends them. Guess what? It does. I really don't see the mindset of using a different word. There's not a problem. Where do you draw the line then? One person, 10, 40, 5,000. That's why I put it into a gray area. Let's go with billions over 10,000 years, Vimy. How about that? Jesus, where's your line? For me, it's near one person. If one person has a problem with what I'm doing, it may just be them, but it may be what I'm doing. And it likely is. Because no one's perfect, and you can always better yourself. You can't better other people, so focus on bettering yourself. And the mindset of, I'm going to keep doing this because I believe in it, and this is how I have done it, isn't bettering yourself. It's just continuing yourself. Is that really what you want to do? Zarias says, you'll probably be fine if you're not in the US. Yeah. Sergey Lunov says, but it's better to deal with word banning and not dealing with root of problem. Yeah, you're right. Nobody across the world is ever working on fixing the slavery, the ongoing slavery. Nobody cares, and nobody's doing anything about it, right, Sergey Lunov? The only thing they're doing is changing this word. That's it. That's it, Sergey Lunov. That's what they think. Oh, it's just the word banning. That's all they've done across the entire world to battle slavery. Do you realize that perspective is insane, Sergey Lunov? Do you realize that? And it's not a word ban. You can still use it. They don't ban you from using it. You can do whatever you want. Sergey Lunov says, no, it's not. Okay. Yeah, nothing's being done across the world, according to Sergey Lunov. Nobody's fighting slavery. Not one person. The only thing that's been done forever is this particular suggestion to use a different word, is what Sergey Lunov apparently thinks. That's it. He discredits all helping and all battling of slavery. It says, nope, all they've done is try to get you to use a different word in one scenario in your life. That's it. I think it doesn't contribute to fighting slavery. Oh my God. Even if a lot of people fight it with other means. Again, it's not meant to stop slavery. It's meant to not remind people of what they may have bad experiences with, what people around them have went through. I don't get what is your mindset? You're just trying to argue. You're finding any point to support your own pre-existing mindset. I'm trying to find what you're meaning. Mr. Mugame says Lincoln would be mad. Yes, Lincoln would be furious. He didn't really care about the slaves, though. He would just be furious for other reasons. That was kind of a side action. That was oh yeah, we can do that if it makes... You think I'll win the next vote? Oh yeah, let's do it. Let's make that happen. You know what I mean? It wasn't like, this is my goal in life. NextVex says, in that case, we shouldn't talk about compilers. I have bad memories. You should avoid the stream that's called It's a Compiler Dude then. Vimy says, Berserk Lincoln with an axe? Kappa. Remember that movie with the vampire Lincoln? That was horrible. It was amazing. IR copy. IR get function. This gets a function by name. Interesting. We have replacing a use. We have for each child. That's pretty pog. A callback on each child. Siraide Vampire Lincoln Lamau. You haven't seen that movie? You should watch that movie. There's a movie about a vampire Abraham Lincoln and how he frees the slaves and gets executed at the place. Spoilers. I mean, it's at the beginning of the movie. Zariel says, you can only have bad memories with compilers. I'd say I have good memories with this one. It was fun making it with you all. If you're wondering what dlist is, it's a doubly linked list. Apparently Siraide is okay with doubly linked, not okay with singly linked, which I understand. Well, that's interesting. So an instruction gained, it's now a vector instead of a list, and a list of uses, that is, not here. I think this is handled here. Linked lists are fine in this case because there are a lot of insertions and deletions all over the place. It's true. Vimy says it doesn't produce binary for reuse. That's true. Vimy says hash table? Kappa. Lol. Yeah, good luck. Implement a hash table. You got it. Waiting for the PR, Vimy. The helpers, .h. Oh boy. NextVex says, but it is binary when it's executed. What? As in a CPU can only execute binary, but it's not executing the language itself. The language itself is entirely interpreted. Vimy says, when executed, through an interpretation layer, one step at a time. There you go. Vimy gets it. Interesting. We added a debug, which is fine. Some casts. What did we remove? Phi to copy. Siraide said this is all horribly wrong, and he is right. We removed it. Vimy says challenge accepted, hash table in C. Let's go, baby. Yeah, it's a hash table with an IR instruction as a as a key. How are you gonna what are you gonna hash? There's nothing to hash. If anything, you should just ID them and use a vector and never resize it. Like a sparse vector. Shout out Siraide. Simple, it would have to mark uses correctly. Ah, that's true. The single file argument would have to do that. Before that never happened. Siraide says you can hash the pointer. That's so cursed. At that point, just use an index. Like, what? So phi to copy. For each instruction in function block, that is phi. If it's a phi block, assert that there's only one per block. Insert a copy. Where we insert it depends on some complicated factors. Yes. Siraide says, yes, let's just embed V8. It's not like it takes 20 minutes to compile. Vimy says, Siraide is right, by the way, you can hash pointers num value. Oh, I know. Yeah. You can hash the pointer. Just at that point, why wouldn't you just use an index? Vimy says, and I mean, if you don't use cursed code in C, do you even live and have fun? Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point. This looks much better than it did before, I will say. Nocto says, how did you learn about compilers? Did you read the Dragon Book or something? I'm going to go ahead and out myself here. I learned about compilers by making a compiler. I didn't read shit, dog. I watched, this is embarrassing, but it's just true. I watched a lot of YouTube videos. Okay? And I read a lot of blog posts from Googling random stuff. That's literally it. I would Google like compiler design, and then you just start reading. And you pick some things up. Some of it's way too complicated, and you skip it and go, I don't know what the hell this means. Vimy says, you try, you fail, you read comments on PRs. Not bad. You can also check out the developer document of Fun Compiler, which we've written to hopefully help with the onboarding of people. And it should describe a lot of what goes on in a compiler. It's just a PDF you compile with like XE LaTeX. Vimy says, you try, you fail. Oh, I read that. Nextvec with the seems good emoji. Siraide, Biscuit has a series about making a compiler that's fairly interesting. Biscuit? I've never heard of him. It's not nearly detailed enough to follow along or anything like that, but it's pretty good IIRC. I watched that, there's this lady who just makes like hundreds of compiler design videos, and they're all numbered. I've watched all of them. Oh, Nexovec, come on. You could have just said the dude with a strong accent. Jeez. I love the misspelling so that AutoMod doesn't catch it either. I don't know if that's intentional. I assume not. I assume it just happened. There's so much spam nowadays. So sad. Okay. Siraide says, here's a link. Nice, to the Biscuit thing. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen that. Nextvec says, I dodged AutoMod. Not intentionally. I'm pretty sure fat isn't allowed. Especially when used like in that context. I'm pretty sure you can say fat by itself. But if you say specifically that string of words, yeah, CVMe just tested it. It's fine. Automod doesn't catch it. By the way, the strong accent is in reference that he's Finnish. He says that himself. He even made a TTS with a Finnish accent. That's awesome. Yeah, the strong accent was fine. I said you could have just said the dude with the strong accent. Nexavex says it was fast. Exposed. Lol. How'd you type fast with a Z? See, here's why I was confused. If you type A, I can absolutely see accidentally hitting a Z. Siraide says by pressing the Z key. With what finger? What? So if you're typing, if you accidentally fat finger A, ironically, guess what? I really thought you knew this, Lens, shaking my head. How do you type Z? What? I don't get it. You guys are all so confusing. You use these weird symbols. Vimi says, cause Z is like a lightning. It emphasizes fastness. Nexavex says fast was intentional. Seems faster to me. Nocto says he's a speedrunner, so he programmer his own typing thing, sort of. I see. He's speedrunning programming. Can you imagine making like a programming chording solution? It's like if you type CH and R all at the same time, it would just insert char, or like FUN, and it'd just insert a whole function and then put you through. Nexavex says in dead. Siraide, fascinating. I feel like am I being gaslit? Is everybody misspelling things on purpose now? I know the Z thing, but in dead, I don't know if that was on purpose. Like, it's supposed to be indeed, right? In dead. What do you mean? There are no misspellings here. Oh God. What have I done? Brain magging. Brain magging? What? Brain magging? Okay, that's fine. Nice, okay. We don't Agem create? How do we Agem create? Did it just move? Okay, it's here now. I guess that's fine. Nexavex says, okay, magic is better. Or was it magic? Vimi's chat went cursed mode. They sure did. This is... Okay. So just a little different semantics. Okay, that's fine. Instead of returning this thing, we use two different functions, and that's fine. It's much cleaner. Simpler. Nexavex says, it went haywire a long time ago. Might be the Nexavex effect. Or is it cursed? Oh God. Siraide says, it just occurred to me that we have the reachability code twice, both here and in the optimizer, Lamau. Oh no. If you make a commit very fast, you may be able to make it. We only have like half of it to go. And I'm probably gonna skim a lot of it, because it all looks really good and it still works. I mean, not on like Factorial or anything, but it still works sometimes. That's kind of the gist. Vimi says unoptimized optimizer. It's actually a fairly optimized optimizer, if believe it or not. We compile with O3 when we're not in debug mode, so. Nexavex says Migli Kurzet. Next event. Vimy says, ni toju znawet ni polski. Okay. There's the comment explaining liveness. Ah, yes. Yeah, it's simple, really. It's simple. When two values interfere, right? If either one is live at the definition point of the other. And that's it. A value is live starting at its definition point until just before its last use. If the value's last use is in a different block than its definition, then it is live in all blocks between the definition and the use in control flow order. Control flow graph order? Whether a value v is live at its own definition point is undefined simply because it's not relevant. Yeah, that's like ub, because obviously v kind of interacts with itself. What is this emote? It's a knife. It's a knife. If v were considered live at its own definition, one might erroneously assume that the two would interfere and that the RA might think that v prime could not be assigned the same register as v. However, this is incorrect since, as we mentioned, the value is live at just before its last use. Therefore, v prime would not interfere with v in this case, and the question of whether or not a value is live at its own definition point is irrelevant. That's a good point. Oh, wonderful. Okay. So, we call values interfere. If it's equal, it's undefined, but we just return false. If v1 is a copy instruction and its argument is v2, or vice versa, return false. Because a copy, if it's the same as its, a copy copying itself does not interfere with itself. There. If a check values interfere returns true, check values interfere, right? Let b1, b2 be the blocks containing the definitions of v1 and v2. So v1 is in b1, v2 is in b2. I assume this means respectively, like that. If b1 equals b2, then if v1 index is greater than, basically, if they're in the same block, use their index within the instruction list and just compare them. It's pretty simple. Whereas if they're not in the same block, then that means that there may be control flow that loops or does some crazy stuff, so we have to follow the control flow, which is return interferes at def, and then for each use of u of v1 and b, if the use is greater than the definition of v2, return, yeah. 2a and check values interferes in optimization. I see. That makes a lot of sense. Basically, in that case, we swap the two. I see. Yeah. Because, yeah. Then we'll go through here and v2 will be, yeah. I see what you mean. Because check values interfere is called twice. Yes. I get it now. With v2, v1. Okay. Okay. Where were we? Yeah, basically, we were here. Check values interfere, and basically return interferes at def if they're not in the same block, which means you have to check each use of each of each one, but we just do that twice. We check a v1 and return true if the index thing happens, aka the use happens after the definition. And then we return interferes at def visited bv1. After def. Okay. For each successor S of B, so for every block in the control flow after the block that it is defined in, interferes at def checks the block that v2 is defined in. That's what one handles. Nice. Yes. But interferes after def, I see. I get it now. It's different. I misread. If S is in visited, continue. So we keep track of all of our visited. And then if add S to visited, if it's not. Makes sense. And then if has use after def in block returns true, return true. If there's a use of v1 in block, return true. Ooh, dang. Basically, this loops over the uses of v1, checks that they are in the block, and if it does, return true. Otherwise, continue the succession, right? Because this is kind of like the lexer, where you call it and you keep getting different outputs. So with our visited being different, right? So well, basically we keep looping over. How many minutes do we all have on Spotify? What does that mean? Hey, Real Jonathan followed 4 minutes ago. Thank you so much, Johnny. Can I call you Johnny? How's it going? Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the follow. Hope you stick around. Siraide says, yeah, it goes back and forth. Also be right back. Alrighty. I remember last year, my Spotify Wrapped, I got MF Doom. I was in like the top 0.5 percentile of listeners, and I just felt so proud. The Spotify Wrapped thing just came out. Oh, I see. I haven't looked at it yet. I'd have to look at it. I haven't opened Spotify since yesterday. Anyways, that's values interfere. Oh no. Oh no. No, no, no. The debug interrupt, if anybody wants to know what that is, can look into that. So it says, I back. Vimy says Deezer. What is Deezer? Oh, wait, Deezer is that Rhapsody renamed? Rhapsody renamed to Napster. And that's right, that's right. What's Deezer? Is it is it just like Spotify? Just different music? I've literally never heard of it. So it says int 3 Lamau. We gained some stuff. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We renamed lists to just instructions because it's now a vector. Beautiful. Adjacency lists we can create in the same way. Looks fine. Vimy says Spotify with hi-fi built in. Hi-fi in what way? What's the sample rate? NextVex says it's a D's nuts joke. Oh, that's what I was expecting. Especially from Vimy. What did we remove here? Replace use. Oh yeah, we moved that into IR itself with remove use. Siraide says, I thought that too, lol. And the response, it's a D's nuts joke. I mean, I just figured I was getting played. I was playing into it too. I was ready for Vimy to set me up. What does hi-fi mean to you? Like, what's the sample rate of the audio? Is it a different file format? Is it like you get WAV files that are 80 megabytes for each song? Okay, this is good because I don't understand coalescing very well. The aim of register coalescing is to eliminate register-to-register copies by merging the source and destination into a single value. Basically, if you copy something, try not to copy it, is what that says. Vimy says FLAC streaming. Nice. That definitely has more fidelity than a MP3. I can see why you'd want that. Especially if you have nice headphones and good internet. All right. Coalescing. We have a list of instructions that should be removed. Instructions to remove, right? Oh, we'll get there. Hopefully that's what that is. And then we have phi's. So we keep track of all the phi's we have in a vector. We clear removed instructions in the loop. Interesting. So for each pointer to an instruction in instructions called to, if to type equals copy, from equals where we're copying from. So from and to. It's a little confusing, but it's fine. I think it's less confusing than A and B. From and to are pre-colored. Eliminate the copy if they are the same, replacing all uses of to with from. So if they are already copied, and they are already allocated the same register, Go to eliminate. Oh no, go to. Which just replaces uses of to with from, and then yeet to by just removing it eventually. And then remove all the instructions that were marked for removal. That way we don't have to deal with pointer invalidation. Collect the remaining instructions. Removed instruction size. Okay, so we don't remove them from the vector as we do this. So if there were instructions to remove, recollect instructions and rebuild the graph. Ideally, we don't want to rebuild the entire matrix on every iteration. Is that possible? Vimy says goto was detected, the devil keyword. Siraide says basically if we removed anything, rebuild everything and see if we can coalesce more things. Yeah. Do it in a loop so you can keep getting rid of the copies. We have cleanup with deleting the 2 vectors we made at the top. Else break. So if there were no instructions removed by the coalescing, break, stop coalescing. That makes sense because nothing changed. Okay. No. Nexivec, we do not have defer in pure C, as it turns out. Vimy says satanic control statement. I mean, if you want to rewrite it without gotos, you can try. I promise you Siraide does not use goto lightly. You can implement defer in C++, but not C. Yep. No destructors. The equivalent in C is called adding that code at the end of the function. Nexivec says how you can implement defer in C. There's a lot of ways in C++. There's multiple ways, actually. I wonder if this could be... What does go to eliminate do? Where is that? Is that this might be the for loop. Nexivec says, I forgot this is a C compiler. Well, it's not. It's a compiler written in C right now. But it compiles a different language, so it's not a C compiler. Because a C compiler compiles C source code into executables. Vimy says you have to add defer to your language. I mean, it wouldn't be that hard. Sure. Something like it. I don't care. Add it. Make a pull request. I'll accept it. Neither from nor to are pre-colored, and they do not interfere. Replace all uses of to with from and eliminate the copy. Nice. Is that different from if they are both pre-colored? Is this just eliminate? Am I? Oh, we have the adjum check. Okay. So this checks if they're not interfering, which is smart. Vimy says, end error with some offensive text if one uses goto in your language. If goto is used, just error compiler and print an ASCII pentagram. Lamau. It's not a bad idea. We have similar things like that. Just use the aluminium flag. You'll see. Dun, 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 dun. Just unrelated. Build the coloring stack. Use vector instead of for. It's fine. Much cleaner. Vimy says some tinfoil hat compiling. I mean, you should try it. If someone uses goto, delete their compiler. I mean, we can't. Not from the compiler itself. We'd have to spawn a new process that's located somewhere else. Otherwise, the files will be in use and the OS won't let you. Just saying. Like when you have an executable open, you can't delete it. I don't think goto is that bad. We'll probably have an equivalent in our language, but it'll probably only be in like the inline IR with a jump instruction directly. That's so far ahead. Like I don't think we're ever gonna need it. Siraide popping in with the wisdom. Goto has its uses. It does. I'm so glad I can control myself because I wanted to say something there and I didn't. I'm glad because it probably makes for an overall better day. What is MTX? Matrix. Okay, got you. Siraide says, when Dijkstra said don't use goto, he meant don't use goto instead of while, for loops, etc. Exactly. Don't use goto when you can use another control flow easily. In this case, I don't see how it could easily be refactored to have the same amount of non-code duplication and also not use goto. Just create a statement like break all loops. Nexavec says, gotta go to sleep. I'm sorry for not contributing to the discussion today. Take care. Oh, Nexavec, don't be like that. You contributed great. I think we had great discussions. Just because we don't agree doesn't mean you didn't contribute. I think you contributed more than me. I haven't said anything. I've just reacted to what you guys say. I'm serious. What have I said? I'm just reading. Let's be honest here. You did way more than me. I love you, Nexavec. Take care. Get some sleep. I'm glad you were here today. Just know that. Fimi says, I can't because I use LLVM. Oh no. Do you use glibc? Because that's in glibc. Vimy says, no, never. Ew. Don't look at Lenser OS. If you don't like glibc, oh no, I've got bad news for you, bud. You can't make an OS without it. At least not in a free and open source way. I'm sure there's some way, but it'd be nearly impossible. You'd have to write your own libc in like assembly and use as. Do you know how terrible that would be? Okay. I get it. They check the same flags. What do we got? Never use E. Or any. So we'll never omit JE or JNE now. We'll just do JNZ and JN. Interesting. I guess that's fine. It doesn't matter. They're the same thing. They check the same flags. Okay. Lots of stuff in the back end. Removed the stupid suffix. That's kind of nice. So what's the... Siraide says they're the exact same thing. As in the same opcode. Yeah, not the same assembly. But you're right. They do the same thing. Different mnemonics, same opcode, which is what we're talking about. I get you. This still has x86-64, just gonna say. What happens when we make a new backend? So these all being static mean we can redefine these in other files? Siraide says, same as Sal and Shoal. Different mnemonic, same opcode. Siraide says they have internal linkage. Okay, we're good then. We're good. Which means that the names aren't visible outside this TU. Translation unit. Okay. Took me a sec, but I got it. Yeah. Okay. We have spaces in the output now. It doesn't really matter. We should probably have this be like a separate printf. That way we can easily remove it later, but I don't care that much. Fnaltes is still the compiler? I was here for like 6 months ago and you were still making this, lol. I don't think it's been 6 months. It's been quite some time, though. You're correct. I don't give up easy. Siraide says, well, making a compiler takes time. Yeah. Have you made a compiler in this time, Ifnalte? How's yours going? I'm just messing with you. Thanks for tuning in, Ifnalte. You're right. We're still working on the same thing, just very different parts of it. Remember when we worked on parsing? We haven't looked at the parser in like months. We've been doing code gen. Totally different. Hence, all the code gen on screen. Fnalte says, no, I'm not that good. Nice to see you still going, to be honest. Thank you. Yeah, I'm surprised I'm still going. Mainly it's because my other projects, long-term projects, are just failing at the moment. So I have nothing else to do. Gonna lay down the law a little bit. We removed the stupid x86-64. I get it. I don't need... Okay, what's this? Oh, optimization. Only emit a jump if the target isn't the next block. If not, optimize. So if optimizations are off, then do this. Or... Okay, I get it. Siraide says I put the defer code in code review. Okay, we're checking it out. Hey, perfect. I think this is correct. Haven't tried to compile it. That makes me want to just compile this, but it's fine. This is beautiful. Yeah. I don't know what... Oh no. I don't want to think about it too hard, you know? This is a lambda. So this becomes defer helper, comma expression lambda. It's overloading the comma operator. Oh. Oh no. Okay. Beautiful. It's more simple than I thought it would be, to be honest. But yeah, you just run function in the defer instance destructor. Very cool. Very cool. If the next block happens to be the true branch, invert the condition. So this is a conditional branch branching to either true or false. Which means that if we didn't emit the condition, we can just use the comparison directly as a jump type. Emit the compare, emit the jump. We may have to negate the jump. Okay, very cool. Very, very cool. If the next block happens to be the true branch, invert the condition. Okay, that makes sense. So we can fall through to the true or jump to the else. And if the next block equals the false branch, well, you can just jump to the true branch and fall through to the false. Else, just emit both jumps to the false, to the true and false branch. All right, alrighty, that's very cool. Siraide says, you just abuse detours for that. Yeah, lol. If either target is the next block, arrange the jumps in such a way that we can save one and simply fall through to the next block. So we do that. Else, okay, yeah, else, I get it now. So if the conditional, we can kind of inline the conditional and not have to actually use the value anywhere else. But if we do, then we have to test the result of the condition and then use those flags to make the jump. Is this the same? This one doesn't check optimize, and this one does. Is that the only difference? Oh, it's J-type versus not 0, so it's different. Almost the same. The latter always uses JZ, JNZ, yeah. The former uses different jump types. Yep. Okay. With the comparison to jump type. I get it now. We could probably make this whole thing a function. It's not needed at all. It's just code readability. It doesn't matter though. This is just as readable, arguably, as a function. But then we could just pass in the two types that we'd like to use, right? The type and the negated type, and then we could just do this check. Not bad. Anyway, it's not important. It really is small semantics. Okay, more renaming. Only omit a block label if it is used. That's probably important. I think it's only needed here. True, but it's needed twice. You'd have less code duplication with the function. That's why I said it really doesn't matter. And either way, the compiler is most likely going to inline it because it's a static function. So it's not a big deal. Is it a Yush says, hola, what's up, is it a Yush? How's it going? Siraide says, I mean, in C++, I'd probably make it a lambda. You're right about that. But in C, that's annoying. I mean, it's just a function pointer. You could also just make it a function. C always does that. Like, you can do this really complicated thing, or you can just use for loops and integers and do everything you need. You just have to do some crazy mental gymnastics. Make some functions not global. That's right, because with linking, when we use the global keyword, then it means that we have some issues. Let's go with, right? Because it means that if you, for example, wanted to make a function like local to a file, similar to how static functions are in C, then you can't do that right now. We just globalize everything. That's fine. And it's not this PR I want to mention. This is just moved. This is how it's worked forever. This to-do. Siraide says, yeah, you have to make a separate function, and for that you need to scroll up and down, and that's annoying and just too much of a hassle. Haha. Lol. So we rewrote lower to use for each macro. I think a lot of this just moved. Yeah. See, this is all identical, right? 3 lines. Yeah. 4 lines. Could not allocate calc 1, register -1. Yeah. They're all the same. Just indent. Cool. We have, what do we got? More for eaches instead of handwritten for, which is arguably more readable once you learn what this macro does. And I think everybody kind of understands inherently what a for each does. Use size t instead of int64t. I guess that's fine. The only reason we used int64t was because the register mask was that, but I think we changed that at some point. So that's probably just making the code consistent, if I had to guess. Do not emit unused variables, cache this somewhere. What is this? And I feel like this could be a break, but it probably doesn't work with the nested for. We iterate over each instruction for each variable. Yes. When we should probably just keep track of uses, just like with instructions. Okay. Or just compute that once. That's what to do is. Okay. I didn't know what cache this was. I was like, what? Cache, whether or not we but I get you now. So what you're saying is, instead of having to do this for each and do this whole comparison, it would be easier if just when we're creating the IR or something like that, we can set this variable as unused, or when we're doing use marking, for example. Siraide says yes. So we could have like each instruction. Yeah, we could have each instruction have like a an attribute. I know I haven't added those yet, but like a bit mask of attributes, and one of the attributes could be unused, right? And then if it's unused, boom, done. Down with parentheses. Okay, Vimy, I'm gonna trust you. That's the only link I'm clicking today from someone who isn't Siraide. A proposal for removing unnecessary parentheses from C++. Why is this website so low contrast and bright? It's crazy. Okay. Which means you can why does this matter? I agree you probably shouldn't need them, but it doesn't seem that insane to have to write parentheses. Siraide says, that was merged a while back, a while back. C++ 20 has that. Nice. I didn't know that. We now use prime, That's correct, because we switch, yeah. Assign block labels. What is a block label? Oh god. Okay. I don't know what, it seems like we just generate a label if we don't do that, but there's a lot of stuff here that I think is not just generating block labels. I think we're also doing, determine whether this block is ever referenced anywhere. That's what we're doing here. But only if optimized. Interesting. We assign block labels to all blocks that are referenced. Okay. Because if a block isn't jumped to, it doesn't need a label. Yeah. Okay. We moved RBX because it's caller saved. It's one of those and it's inconvenient because if we use it all the time. Using these is easier on Linux. Technically, these should be different on Windows and Linux for efficiency and because RCX and RDX are actually parameters. Don't worry about it. Siraide says callee saved. Yeah. Won't this result in an extra space? It's also a little scary. It could integer underflow really easily, right? I mean, I guess not. Putchar is probably never gonna change indent it, but it scares me when I don't have the little check. You can also call it volatile if that's easier, haha. I also have to think about that every time. That's a good idea. We use immediate exit in a panic. We just call unreachable in panic, because vpanic should panic. Assert exits. Vimy says, but which way is better in Lenser OS? Anyone that works, honestly. Anyone that works. And we're pretty much using the sys5 ABI because we're using ELF, the executable and linkable format. So sys5, this one, the one that's for Linux. We have static assert if we need it. Cool. We have dumper. Dump intermediate representation to standard out. Our compiler has a dumper. I'm so immature. Oh my god. Isidayush says, just got my favorite snacks. Ayy. Snacks are the best. Isidayush says, yes. In response to, it's time to destroy them. Vimy says, or dumpster. Siraide says, Clang has a dumpist flag. That's why I called it that, lol. Did you ever consider the fact that it might be read as dumper? Our compiler's got a big old dumper on it now. It's a fun word to say. You should try it out loud. Dumper. Even if you're on like a bus right now with headphones in, just out loud say dumper really loudly. I bet you people will laugh. Sorry, it says, God damn it, Lens. Oh, that thick old dumper now. The compiler, thick. Oh, I'm so dumb. Oh yeah, I love that it translates into the the variable name. Op.c, here we go. So clearly we have Kudizel. Kudizel, obviously, you know, what is Kudizel? Kudizel. Bit scan forward. Should be 64, not 32. Oops. Uh-oh. Count trailing zeros. You couldn't have named it that? There's no naming convention here. We can just call count trailing zeros. You don't have to kudizel. Jumped out the window on that one. Yeah. Well, that's what the intrinsic is called. Why would we name something we use after a compiler intrinsic? Yeah. Like if we had to use it because it's libc, then you have to use it, right? But in this case, you can name it anything. I'm just making fun of you two. I probably would have done the same thing. It's just funny reading it as a from an outside perspective. You come in and go, oh yeah, first things first. Clearly. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm gonna press it. Oh, I shouldn't have pressed it. Where's opt? Oh god. Is it gone? It's gotta be somewhere here. No. No. Oh, there it is. Vimy says, at Siraide, you're our sweet, sweet Kudizel. Siraide says, there's a list of files on the left, you know. Oh, that's a good point. That would have been much smarter. Okay, IR reduce binary. If iPair. If immediate pair. Okay, so if the pairs are both immediates, replace the current instruction with an immediate that is basically just the immediate values operated together. Okay, that kind of makes sense. Power of 2 has side effects. Opt const folding and strength reduction. Okay. Division by 0 should be a compiler error. That is true. That probably should be in the type checker, huh? I didn't think about that one. Shift left, shift right. Blah, blah, blah. What do? We do this suspicion. Are we not using... This is the same. This should just use IR reduce binary, right? Okay, it's happening again. I'm gonna be smarter this time though. Siraide says no. Okay, they're probably not the same. It needs to cast to uint64t. I see. Because logical shift. RIP. We were line 116. What changed? It's still Kudazul. We have tail call eliminations. Oh. For instruction, I equals B equal to, oh, okay, equals. So if block is the tail call block, then use the tail call next call. Otherwise, just use block. If it's not equal, okay. Iterate I. If type is phi, for each phi argument, if it's equal to the tail call, go to phi, push phi's continue. If this is a phi node, then the call or a previous phi must be an argument of the phi. Right, okay, yes. Which means that, okay, I'm getting it now. So eventually we're gonna return false. How do we ever get here? If type is not phi, okay. If we encounter a return instruction, then a tail call is only possible if the return value is the call or any of the phi's. Yes, okay, I get it. Because a phi basically just reduces to its argument's value. So you can just pretend it, if like a phi argument is a call, and that's the last thing we're returning, then that means, okay, we're returning a call, a tail call. Which means we can do, what is A? A, for each putter in tail call phi's. Okay. So it says basically a tail call is possible if and only if there are no instructions between the call and the next return except for 1, branches, and 2, phi's that contain either A, the return value of the call, or B, another phi that contains the return value. Phi's that contain the return value of the call, or another phi that contains the return value. Yeah. Because phi's just reduce their value. So if there's like 4 phi's, but within the if in the middle you return a function call, then that means you can just tail call. Okay. And the return instruction must return the return value or any of the phi's. Yes. Okay. A branch means that we have to do this again on the next basic block. Correct? Cool. I can definitely see us reaching this at some point, but I may just be wrong. I feel like if tail call block, I guess none of these break. So we just have to run out of instructions. If a block is empty, that's an error. Okay, that's fair. A block must contain at least a branch. That makes sense. Because these optimizations are done on the completed IR. Like when you're building the IR, the blocks don't always have a branch, but when you're working on the IR that's been built, each block will have a branch and it's at the end. And we assume here that the IR is valid, which is a valid assumption in the optimization code. Okay. Basically just calling the tail call stuff. Don't worry about that too hard. Mem to reg. So instead of storing something in memory, like a stack variable, you can store it in a register. Collect all stack variables that are stored into once and whose address is never taken. And this builds this structure, unoptimizable. No, a stack var. So we build stack var vars, right? Yeah. Push vars v. Because if the program is invalid, the parser shouldn't even hand it to the back end. The front end. The type checker has something to say about that too. The lexer doesn't. Parser does, you're correct. Type checker can also say, hey, you fucked up. Program isn't right. It won't work. It's not a program. So it says, yeah, the front end is what I mean, legendary. So if it's a local load, okay. 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 Barjar says, is this LLVM or your own bytecodes? For your question, it's our own bytecodes. It's definitely not LLVM. They're not really bytecodes either, but I'm not going to get into that semantics. What you're asking is this LLVM? Not at all. This is all hand brew, home brew, done by hand. Me and Siraide, mostly Siraide, but also me. Siraide says, the type checker is an important part of that. Nah. Who really needs type checking? Siraide says, it's similar to LLVM-IR, of course, but not the same. Yeah, nowhere near the same. But you would also argue that every intermediate representation is going to be somewhat similar, because they all do the same thing, in that they represent programs at the lowest level, which means that you're already reducing your instruction set. Siraide says, yeah, I was just about to say that, lol. It's true. They all look very similar. Even GCC isn't so open about it, but it looks like this as well. They just don't print it out and have fancy fancy like structures for everything, right? They just use a tree and go, that's good enough. Any SSAR is sort of going to look like this, lol. Yep, especially one for a language that's a lot like C, where it has pointers and stuff like that. I think if the language didn't have pointers, it would be it could look very different. You could do it in a much cleaner way. But pointers really, really complicate things. And then the whole global, local, external, internal. You know, there's a lot going on. So from the looks of it, since loads from global variables before the first store are possible, we only check if the first store occurs before any loads, and in main for now. I wonder if no, it's probably working. Factorial's just somehow. I'll have to look at the assembly output. I'm starting to understand. If it's not unoptimizable, I'm not. You broke me, Siraide. What is this word? Unoptimizable. There we go. I have to really say the O, the ah, which is technically an A. This is assuming we do the same thing as C, where global variables are initialized to 0. Rutrow. If we make that undefined, we can optimize this better. Undefined behavior can be useful for optimizations, you know. That's kind of actually why it exists in a lot of cases. A node in the dominator tree. Okay. Chat, hear me out. If you are very interested in what a dominator tree is and what domination means in terms of code, right? Read this awesome comment that Siraide wrote. I read through this once and everything clicked. It's written very beautifully. Technically, the technical writing skill on this is incredible. Very good. Awesome info. However, it's a whole lot of info, and I just want to get this merged and start working on stuff. So the dominator tree is good. It works. The code makes sense. I already read it. Siraide says, I was afraid it might be too complicated. Haha. That's the thing. It's not complicated. It's just a lot of info. But it's not complicated to understand. If you go like, oh, well, obviously you can only get to here through here, here, or here. And when you take strictly dominates, and it's like, oh, okay, this is simple. B0, B1, B3, B1, 6, B2 is B0, B1 as well, but B4 doesn't have B3 or B1 because they both branch here. It's easy. I can already like do it in my head. It just is a lot of information, which is written beautifully here. So if you want to learn about that, go there. It's an amazing optimization, and it's really cool to see how we can reorder blocks in the proper way to match the control flow. Hence, reorder blocks. Jump threading. VMe says undefined is good for optimizations, but screws with devs trying to use the language. You have to balance foolproofing at that point. Yes. The idea is we won't have undefined behavior, but the entire language is undefined behavior right now because there's no definition or specification or anything. So we're kind of just using undefined behavior to our advantage to do whatever we want with the language right now because it's not specified. The dominator tree is also going to be useful later for things like loop invariant code motion. Huh. Once we have loops, that is, haha. That's fair. I want to redo the whole scope system before we do loops, because those are scopes, very heavy scopes. Siraide says the entire language is UB. Well, I guess the RA is working correctly then, lol. I mean, I think it is working correctly. It's very close. I'd say we have a 99% register allocator. It's not, it's sort of Chitin-Briggs. It's mostly just a Chitin register allocator, let's be honest. We kind of dropped the Briggs part. We haven't done that yet. I get that part, but it's pretty good. It does work really well for a lot of programs that aren't optimized, I should say. So we constantly reorder the blocks until we can't do any more optimizations. Does this make sense? So we do all of these: dead code elimination, memory to register, jump threading. We didn't talk about it. Jump threading is just jumping from one block to the next block and merging those, pretty much, where you don't have to jump. Like if A goes to B goes to C, you can just fall through A into B, fall through B into C if there's no other control flows that reach it. And you can see how the dominator tree is would be really useful for that type of stuff. Yep. Tail call elimination. We love tail call elimination. Inline comparisons. That's like removing a comparison if it's only used once within an if condition, which means that you don't have to do like an extra store into a register and test, and it's a great optimization. Yeah. Siraide says basically we try every optimization again so long as there is progress. Yep, if you optimized it, you can probably optimize it further. Siraide says because some optimizations may enable further optimizations and so on. Exactly. Farger says so many optimizations, this must be the fastest language ever made. It's not slow. Vimi says in terms of compilation, you mean Kappa. I mean, this is the greatest common denominator. I'd say that's pretty efficient. You know? I mean, it's not handwritten, right? It's not handwritten, but it sure is a whole lot better than this on the right. This is the source code. This is the output. We can get rid of these compares. That's it. There's one compare to get rid of, then it's almost perfect. You can also fall through with this tail call. It doesn't have to be a tail call. You can actually just fall through, right? It doesn't matter. There's 2 instructions in here that aren't handwritten. It's pretty good. Would you agree? Do you want to look at the unoptimized now? Here's the unoptimized. It's a little bigger. Forgive me if I have to make it a little smaller. This is what this is what it used to be. Here's what it is thanks to Siraide. It's a big difference. It's near handwritten code. Do you understand how big of a deal that is? Like, that's crazy. Handwritten, if I was going to write a program to do this, the only thing is that I would not make this a function because I'm only using it once, right? I would just write this inline into main, but you still have to load these immediates, so all you could get rid of is this jump and label. But you have to keep the label because it's recursive. So you could just get rid of the jump, get rid of this secondary compare because the flags haven't changed. Look at that. That's handwritten. Boom. Greatest common denominator. It's pretty good. Siraide is going to be humble, but it's pretty good, I'd say, from this. And obviously, if you didn't write it in this way, this is the Euclid algorithm. You can use any algorithm to figure out greatest common denominator, and there's probably better ones than Euclid. Siraide says, yeah, I didn't feel like removing jumps based on the order of functions in the binary, haha. Exactly. That's like programmatically one of the hardest things to do is removing this jump or seeing that you can remove it. Because main is a function, this is a function. It doesn't really make sense that you can... It'd be so hard, right? You'd have to check a lot of things. It'd be an insane peephole optimization in the back end. With here is the same thing. We just have to say, when are the flags changed? Because this sub will change the flags. This compare will change the flags. So we've already computed this value into the flags. But that's kind of hard to demonstrate in an IR, if you can imagine, because there's no flags. We don't have the flags register or anything. We don't think about it that much. So we'd have to do like liveness analysis of the flags, which is like instruction selection, which is, again, craziness. Craziness, right? So we could remove one compare and one jump. Anything more and this will break. You could probably store one of these in racks, actually, because that's our return value, and never have to do this move. So if you changed this to racks, because this is no longer a function, right? Then you could just never do this move, and all these RCX would change to racks. That would be an insane optimization to make. That would be like, oh my God, the compiler realized that this program actually is just this body called once, and it just replaces main effectively with this body. Super optimized, right? Not really doable. That's insane to do programmatically. So much stuff would have to change, and it's such a specific scenario. Siraide says, yeah, I didn't feel like, and also it feels kind of jank to do. Exactly. Imagine writing the code for that. You'd be like 6 nested ifs in, and like, is this correct? Siraide says, I mean, we're gonna have inlining eventually, huh? Right, which would solve that whole issue as well. But if we want to retain, the hard part is that even with inlining, you would keep this definition. You know? It would just be copied here with new labels. Otherwise, the linker, I mean, it wouldn't already. Look at this. Don't worry about that. You know what I mean? But the linker would then complain and be like, hey, we don't have that function available if you tried to call it from C, for example. So that would be an optimization that changes the semantics. You'd keep it only if the address was taken or if it was global, but yeah. Yeah. There you go. That would work perfectly. Because if you call put char, you can't really inline that. But if you called it from C, we also wouldn't really know. So we have to keep up the this, you know what I mean, the global linkage. I've talked a lot, and I think I'm tired of talking. Let's do some coding. op.h, parser.c. We now return bool instead of int. It doesn't really matter. False instead of 0. int64t explicitly instead of long. That's a great idea. Use prid64 instead of LLD. Parse integer. This is up to date with the main branch, right? And then vector.h, which we already looked at. How beautiful. Oh God, typecasting. I don't even want to look at that code right now. Okay. I think we're good. Anybody have any questions? You want to look at something specifically? I'm going to press this big green button here. If nobody has any qualms. Or command line instructions. There's telling you to merge it. Okay. Can I? Okay, you can't close that. Good to know. Siraide says, let's get this merged. Is that what that stands for? Don't you? You said that stands for something else. LGTM. Yeah, I think we're good. Let's get this merged. It has the same meaning, but it's not let's get this merged. No more questions, just giving people last chance in case they're typing something really long. We good? We're good. 3, 2, 1. Yay! Oh, I still have to press the button. No, another button. Siraide says, it can stand for looks good to me, looks good to merge, let's get this merged. That's what it was, looks good to me. That's what it was. Oh! Pog. Okay. I still have to merge the docs. I asked you about that and I didn't do it. I feel bad. This doesn't work. Don't worry about it. I always read it as looks good to me or looks good to merge. Nice. Okay. That's good to know. I always read it as let's get this merged. Like proactive. 17th pull request. Pretty good. Lots of commits. Lots of stuff. If you missed it, here. This is going to be a cursed stream. Let's go to our main branch. Open up Maggot. And you can see that we can... Oh, uh-oh. Hold on. What do we have? We have like to-do comments and nothing. Okay, stash it. Useless. I should just pop the stash right away. I don't even need those changes. Okay, this was a test.jpg. Changes and useless. My ultra needed stashes. Okay, now we can pull from main. And the merge should be here. Yep. We've now merged the PR. And we can now make sure it works again. The classic is it doesn't. It looks like it worked. Hey, it worked. The greatest common denominator of 88 and 32 is 8. Beautiful stuff. Close everything. You know what? Close everything. I closed way too much everything. There we go. Okay. Try simple math and div test. Okay. Okay. Hold on. That's right. I totally forgot. Are you ready? So let's look at simple math. It's a little complicated. It just looks that way. I promise it's simple. Because if we take a look at the source code, get out of here. Simple math is quite simple. Let me load editor. Okay. Should really highlight integers or operators in Emacs. Anyways, you can see the program is very simple. 4 plus 4 plus 4 plus 4. And this program on the left does exactly that. Move 4 into racks, move 4 into RCX, add RCX into racks, which just adds 4 into racks. Move racks into RCX, so now RCX has 8, and so does racks. Racks gets overwritten with 4. Add racks into RCX, which adds 4 to 8. Right? We're here now. And then there's one more add. Move 4 into racks, move racks into RCX, move RCX into racks because that's a return value of main, and then return with our little exit. Make sense? It makes sense. And if we test it, it even works. Look at that. It returns 16. However, Siraide saw this and went, nah. You can do so much better. Chat. Look at that. Beautifulness. That's a bit of a difference, ain't it? Yeet. Oh. It's pretty pog. It's very cool, I would say. We're in Emacs now. Oh, good thing I did that. Look at that. Does it still work? It still returns 16, chat. Crazy, right? Can't believe it would return 16. Parser says, oh my god. Oh my god. It is crazy. And then if we take a look at div test, I'm kind of scared. I haven't seen this one. I have not seen this one. Farser says, you should replace LLVM with your own thing. That'd be pretty useful. So we don't have to use LLVM. Yeah, I don't think we could design a library to use this either. We would have to define like an intermediate language where the IR itself gets like evaluated from a file so that other compilers could just output that, and then this compiler could compile that into assembly and stuff. I'm totally into that. I'm into that. More support. It would have to be done, obviously, by somebody. Right? Well, who knows when it'll get done or by who. But that does sound amazing. But yeah, there you go. Let's take a look at div test. Oh. Oh. Whoa. That's amazing. Yeah, we have bit shifting in division now. Look. So cool. Siraide says, also try this. Define a function, takes in an integer, divide by 256. 12. 512. Yeah? Yeah. Recompile? Uh-oh. Oh, nice. That's beautiful. That's beautiful right there. I like that. So when we use a power of 2, that's what you needed the power of 2 thing for, I see now. When we divide by a power of 2, if you didn't know, right? If we write these in binary, 8 is actually what? That? 1, 2, 4, 8. So it's that? This is 8? Yep, that's called strength reduction. That's so cool. So we're actually moving this binary value into racks. And when you divide it by 256, right? Here, that's our shift value. I'm doing the wrong one. Hold on, 512. 512 is some binary number. I'm not going to write it out. Yeah, there's no more 256. That's why I can't find it. Basically, this number, which we're shifting by, right? Ooh, that's fancy. Does this work? I don't think it works. The register allocator is a little scuffed, but it's not your fault. I was like, wait a second. RCX, CL, and RCX, these are the same register. It's shifting itself by itself, which is probably a little wrong. Just so you know. But yeah, obviously with a compiler, that's work in progress. It's not going to optimize everything perfectly, and we're still not allocating registers perfectly, even when the optimizations are done correctly. You can see how this is a very complicated thing. Snarlfurb, I've been live for 2 hours, 19 minutes, and 17 seconds. So it says 2 hours, 6 minutes. That's close enough. So technically what we'd have to do, so this has to do with the shift, not clobbering CX. Oh, no, I see what it is. So, Siraide, I know this works on your machine, I bet. This works on your machine, huh? because you don't use RCX as a integer argument pass, but Microsoft Windows calling convention does. So you're using RDI here, right? Which means you probably have RDI here and RDI here. Siraide says F. And then look at that, filled with code 2. So yeah, if you use the Linux calling convention, this will work. But, oh, because we're pre-coloring. Oh, that's oh no. So this is a whole thing in the register allocator. We're pre-coloring values that interfere. Oh, fuck me. I'm not even going to fix it. I just knocked a bunch of shit over. Okay. Of course. Every time. Okay. Oh no, I chipped it. Oh no, I broke something. Ah. Anyway, we're pre-coloring registers, instructions, I mean, with the same register, even though they interfere. For example, SAR always interferes with RCX, but RCX is an argument register, so we pre-color the argument with RCX because it can't be anywhere else. It has to be in RCX. But that means that when we do this shift, there's no way to actually, the register allocator can't change pre-allocated values. It's kind of the point of the register allocator, is that it's incremental. So you can increment some registers, do it again, do it again, do it again, and you slowly fill it out. And they're treated as pre-colored. And if they're basically pre-colored on the input to the register allocator, already have a register assigned, they're just left alone, which means that our argument does not actually ever get moved from RCX because its liveness is never checked. That's a rip. That's a hard one. How are we going to fix that? That's a hard one. Snarlverb says, What is Is that what I said? That's a rip, though. I love that. I love this, though. This is my favorite. Move 4. That's beautiful. And I'm assuming if we move stuff, it'll still work. Oh, I ran it from the wrong spot. That's my bad. Yep. Look at us. Beautiful stuff. Okay. Siraide says DCE moment. That's dead code elimination. Yes. And constant folding. That's beautiful, though. That is beautiful. One thing that's been broken... Oh, I just closed my... Okay. One thing that's I haven't done is fix pointers, even without optimization. And if you'll notice, it's really broken. You can't even compile the example, right? And that goes for everything that uses pointers. Hey, arrays does compile. You want to look at the code? Oh no, this can't be right. This is one way to do things. Yeah, this won't work. You can't Lee into racks and then move. What? Okay. Just this right here. This is a really funny sequence of assembly. Yeah. Do that. It's obviously very broken. You know, storing into the address 69 is probably not the way that we're meaning to do things here. Siraide says 69 is a valid address. What do you mean? Yeah, it's fine. We actually allocated memory at address 69, so we're good. Do we do it again? Oh my god, we do it again. What is going wrong? Oh no. It's all broken, okay? We've known this. I've known this for a while, and I've tracked down why. Step one is that this is not how dereferences work. At all. Okay? So we gotta fix how dereferences work. Step one. Because here, let's do something. Let's look at pointers. Should probably have a simpler pointers example, but maybe that's worth it to write right away. Because this is a little complicated to go over. Okay, let's do it. Simple pointer. Let me look at pointers to remember how it works. This is good enough. Right? We have number, which is just an integer. We have numputter, which is a pointer to an integer. Let me load unmode. There we go. We have numputter, which is assigned to the address of number. We call a function to use the pointer to mutate an integer variable in place. Yeah? And then we just return 0. It doesn't matter. Because it returns an integer and we don't have void yet. But then number should return this integer. Because numputter points to number, then that means that we should return 69 and not 0. Yeah? Follow? Okay, this will be much... Oh. That one works, too. So if we try and run it, we fail with code 5. So that's the OS seg faulting. Windows is seg faulting us, which is what GDB would tell us if we ran it in GDB. And this is without optimizations, mind you. So this is not anything Siraide has done. This is all me. And you can kind of see why if we take a look at what we just wrote and the code it generated. So L0 refers to bar, this lambda here. We're going to fix that, I know. It's a little messy. Anyway, the first thing we do in the main function is assign number to 0. Well, the first thing we do is actually assign all global variables to their values. So we load the effective address L0, and then we move that into bar, which is our function pointer. Does that make sense? So we keep our function pointer around, just in case we need it as a value in the program, which again, the optimization code would say, hey, this is unused, we don't need it, and we can do a direct call here. Don't worry about it. Not important right now. What's happening, we move racks into bar, so we do this assignment for this function to actually make the function assigned to the name, bar, and then we move 0 into racks. This is in preparation for this assignment because we have to load the immediate 0. We move racks, so we're now doing this assignment, into number, a global variable with 8 bytes allocated. Yeah? Cool. So after moving number, then we say load the effective address of number into RDX, which means we're probably doing this now because we already... That's a little sus. Oh, they're all globals. Never mind. We're good. We're not in a function. Okay. And what you can see is numputter. We load the effective address of number, which is exactly what address of does. We move RDX into numputter, this value into numputter. So numputter now contains the effective address of number. That's exactly what that should do. Move bar rip racks. So this is loading this function. move numputter rip RCX. So this is loading the pointer itself. You see, it's not the pointer of the pointer, it's the pointer itself into RCX, which is the first argument register. We do pushes for caller saved registers. Don't worry about that. It's a little scuffed. That's the backend. That's my solution in the backend. So again, blame me. Okay, so then we call racks, which has this bar function pointer in it. So we call racks, and RCX contains our what? Numputter, which is our effective address of number. That's perfect. So all that looks fine, right? And then we move number rip into racks to return it, and then we return it. So main is actually fine. All this looks normal. Would you agree? Did I like make a big jump in logic anywhere here? I think that's fine. Again, we could also just use GDB, but I like going through this stuff by hand. We have our function prolog, followed by storing the parameter putter onto the stack. And we've made space for it, so we're good there. We move 69 into R8, which is loading the immediate. We move... This is definitely where it goes wrong. What are we doing here? Okay, hold on. We move RCX into -8 RBP. We store putter here on the stack. We load 69, and then we should do an assignment. Sorry, it says loading the param from the stack. Yes, that's what this does. That's correct. Okay, I see. What is this? Right? This can't be right. We're loading the value off of the stack into RDX. And then we're moving RDX into the address 69. And then we do move 0 racks, and we do... What is this? What have I wrote? How did this bug occurs everywhere? We're moving into the address 69, which I think is just funny. This is a D reference being treated wrongly. Yes, okay, it's an R value. But this is an L value. I get it. Do you get it, chat? Okay, that's actually complicated. Siraide says star I64 pointer 69 equals pointer is what's happening. Yes, that's perfect. I'll write that out in case anyone's confused. Yeah, I64 pointer cast of 69 equals putter. So we're just casting 69 to an 8-byte integer, and then we're writing to that memory the value of the pointer itself. The value that the pointer points to. I think I got something backwards, would be my first inclination. Second inclination, I think I'm just treating this as an R value. Because the thing is, this star is not the same as this star. Yeah, pointer putter just makes an L value, it doesn't actually load anything. Exactly. That's the issue. So if you had a putter in C and you did something like this, you never load the value at putter. But then if you went on to write something, integer A equals putter, guess what? That loads a value. So the dereference code I wrote looks like it handles this second case, whereas it also needs to handle this case. Which means that the variable reassignment itself needs to handle that. At least unless we want to do the whole L value, R value crap. It's not crap, it's just complicated, and I don't have it implemented right now. So the fact that these are different matters a lot. And we're going to fix that. So reassignment. Again, this should just be called assign or something, or assignment. Hey, look. Hey, look. Chat, look what I found. To do. This is very broken. I already knew. When a dereference is cogen, it loads the value at the address. We actually just need the dereference for type checking. When we cogen as a result of the following call, a value is attempted to be used as an address in future instructions. This is not correct, needless to say, and obviously not wanted. A better solution would be to loop the amount of times that there are dereferences minus 1, getting the new address each time. That's a good point. Siraide says, at least it's not C++, where we not only have L values and R values, we also have GL values, X values, and PR values. I don't even want to know what those mean. That's terrifying. So if we had this, we do have to do a load. We have to load putter, the address that putter points to, and then the address that dereferenced putter points to. But then we have to move the value into here. Yeah? So there are loads that have to be done. It's just dereference minus 1. So if there's one dereference, you don't load the value. If there's two dereferences, you load one value. Am I being insane right now? This makes sense? Is there a way we can like jump to the very end from here? We have to follow the chain of dereferences, right? So we're going to be effectively moving putter into like racks over and over as many times as there are dereferences. And then we're going to move into racks. Yeah? I know this pointer syntax doesn't make sense. Just imagine it's the pointer itself. This. Right? We have to dereference the pointer and then load it into racks. That would make sense. So we have to follow the dereference chain. Let's assume we do. Okay, we're just going to start writing new stuff. Oh my, what is this? Okay, hold on. I'm going to do this. Okay, so what we would like to do is say we need the amount of dereferences, which should be in. By the way, we're working on expression children of a variable reassignment. Is that correct? So a reassignment has two children, a symbol, the variable identifier, and a value expression. So expression children is a variable access. Means we can just do that. If it's not a variable access, what does this mean? Is this all incorrect? It might be incorrect. Let's look at the control flow of the whole thing. We get iterator expression children. Recurse left-hand side into children until left-hand side is var access. So this has changed. This is now a variable access, which contains the variable symbol and value. Okay. So it is the variable access contains symbol, right? We'll go with that. Siraide says, this reminds me of something unrelated. In ext2, you might get to use an inode pointer. You might. I don't think I'm smart enough to ever even try that. That's what confuses me about ext2. Ignore that sound. It's not good for you. Don't drink it. Triply indirect pointer, go burr. So, why are we doing this iterator thing? We're doing this iterator thing because this may be a dereference in the L value. So, oh, we're gonna have to put braces. Until here. That was nice. Thanks, Emacs. Normally it complains about, when you do that much, it complains about the symbolic expression unmatched, but it just did that amazingly. That was beautiful. Anyway, size t, deref count. There might be an easier way to do this. This can definitely be a for loop with no body, but it doesn't matter. We can do plus plus to optimize it further. Last loop. We'll be able to get rid of a dead code elimination of deref count. The return value of this. What are we doing? CodeGen the right-hand side. So this is when we load 0 or load 69 or whatever. That seems to be working. But the left-hand side. So if it's just a variable access with no pointers, which is what this is checking, left-hand side is simple variable access. No pointers, indices, array indices, etc. Cool. Sure. Otherwise, left-hand side contains complex stuff like dereference that needs handled differently than the expression is cogened. Sure. This is basically just saying it's an L value, not an R value, dummy. It's fine. While deref count, minus minus. That's not going to work if it's 0. Let's do this. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, it would work, I guess, because it just would leave it at -1, which is a little sus for size t. So this means if it's 0, this will never happen, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, for each dereference, we're going to have to actually implement a store. If you don't know, and this isn't going to work. Okay, hold on. What is expression result? That's meant to be like, so what if we're producing multiple results from the expression, right? That's what is a little confusing here. I guess it's the last one. Sure. We're just going to get rid of all this. We're going to keep the comments. Yeah. So, I see. I know what to do. Okay. These dereferences will just act regularly. Okay, hold on. If deref count is greater than 1, right? Let's try this. If dereference count is greater than 1, let me just think about this. Int a equals 0. Int pointer a putter equals address of a. A putter equals 69. What do we have to do here? We have to code gen, right, for this little thing here. Let's just for this thing. So code gen 69, right? Cogen load of 69. Loads of 69, bruh. We have to cogen the load of putter, right? Of a putter. And then we have to cogen a store of 69 into a putter. Here, let's just do B putter. A putter putter. Why not? That's the address of a putter. And when we want to overwrite a putter putter equals 420, we need to cogen load of 420, which we already do up above, I know. Cogen load of a putter putter. But then at a putter putter, and then we have to cogen store of 69 into load of a putter putter, right? No, just into the load of a putter. Yeah. This is complicated, I know. Any questions, feel free to ask. So we have an indirect pointer. So we have a pointer to a pointer. And when we want to write to the integer that writes to write with an integer, that means the left-hand side, it's a pointer to an integer. So we load the pointer to a pointer of an integer. Then we dereference that twice, which means that while deref count is greater than 1, we need to actually cogen a load of a putter putter. Yeah. I'm hoping somebody corrects me on this if I'm wrong. So a putter putter, we have to load, and then whatever we load from there, this is just a pointer to a pointer, so we have to actually dereference it once, and then write to that address. So when we cogen a dereference, an R value regularly, right? It's up here somewhere. We'll get there. It's just a load of the expression children result, because we cogen the child. So we'll go all the way down. Yeah. So we just need to cogen the expression -1. Is that insanity? Where were we? So we just need to cogen the expression just once. What is it called? Cogen expression. What do we need? Cogen context. Next child context. Could probably put those in a struct, huh? Does this make sense? I feel like I'm missing something here. Obviously, this is no longer correct. And then we have to generate a store, right? So we'd say expression result equals IR store, because we are storing data at an address. So in the cogen context, we're storing data. What data are we storing? The right-hand side. That thing. But the result of it. Yeah? Okay, this is definitely going on a new. And then finally, we have the address which we are storing it at. Is that correct? Which is expression children. See, it's not next child. It's children. Okay. let's just go through. If the dereference count is none, right? Then we'll just do this. We'll be here. We'll be in the variable access, and everything is fine. We're just writing to a variable. If there is, right? Because expression children, iterator, type, right? Expression children type does not equal node type variable access is the only way deref count can happen. And also it's the only way we can reach this control flow. So there's something in the way, in the tree, when we go down this control flow. Let me explain what I mean by that a little better. Yes, that's good. No longer works. Probably because of this. Don't worry about it. What am I missing? What was here before? I mean, it didn't work either, but it did compile. It's probably worth looking at. Before, we would code gen just the left-hand side directly instead of its child. So maybe we don't even need deref count here. That may be possible. Can get rid of all this faff, but it's not important. And then we would just say IR store. So my guess is that expression children is null. Is that what's happening? That would mean that we could easily reach this exit and that this print node would not print anything. So if we see no node, guess what? It's broken. There is a node, okay. And it's the variable access putter. And then we exit with code 42. So we did make it there. Can we make it here? My assumption was this is where it was crashing, but if it's not, it's going to be different. See, that's where it's crashing. How is it crashing in here? So what does IR store assume? Not that one. IR store. It assumes a pair. No, that's just of the store. It assumes address and data are valid pointers. That's about it. Because set pair and mark literally just marks used. So as long as those are valid, everything should be fine. So maybe it has to do with not the node, but the result. The result of this. Definite instruction. Yeah. There you go. Cannot emit null instruction to file. So what isn't setting expression result properly then? Is it variable access? Expression result is being set to something every time variable access happens, that's for sure. Just while I'm here, I'll just do it. Okay. So expression result is set by basically everything. That's the whole point. So what's going on here? So we are code genning it, right? I guess this might be not true. Is this not happening? Here, we'll do immediate printout. See, we never see hello. Okay, that's interesting. So what if I don't check deref count? I guess I did something wrong there. I probably would, yeah, that's fine. Then we say, okay, now that looks like it actually worked, no? Is that insanity to think that worked? Well, it generates code again. What's it look like? Oops, I don't need that. Where are we at? L0, okay. Still incorrect. Lovely to see. What's going on now? So we move RCX into the stack, 69 into R8. We load the pointer off of the stack. And then we move RDX into R8. This has to just be backwards. No? So what happens if we load R8 into RDX? Does that make sense? We want to move 69, which is in R8, into the pointer stored in RCX, which has been moved into RDX because unoptimized code. And then this is just the return value. Return value, fine. This is now the issue. Because does this work? Nope, still exits with code 5. Huh. Load, move numputter into RCX, call racks. RCX onto the stack, 69 into R8. The stack, aka RCX, into RDX. Move R8 into the memory at RDX. We have to move Q. Do we have to be explicit? It should be implicit with the 64-bit registers. Then we move 0 into racks. Move number rip into racks. Should be fine. Well, now might be a GDB moment. Sure, let's do it. Hey, look, my testing. Oh, you can't see it? Hold on. Flip. There it is. Okay. Yep, I know. What do we got? What do we need to do? What were we doing? GDB. Break main. Run the program. So now we can disassemble. Perfect. And we can see that we're at push RBP. Now we can just step. Disassemble. We're at move. Step. Disassemble. Sub-0 RSP. I'm sure it's going to be fine. Load the effective address of L0 into racks. Whoops. Do that. Load the move racks into bar. Do that. Everything's looking good so far. Move 0 into racks. Move racks into number. Load the effective address of number into RDX. I could also like list registers, info reg. Right, and you can now see that racks has 0 in it, right? RDX has that. We're good. We now move RDX into numputter, which again I'm sure is fine. We now move bar into racks, a function pointer. And then numputter into RCX. We're going to push RCX and RDX. Really isn't needed. The optimizer would remove these. So we can blop, blop. And then we call racks. And now you can see we're in L0. So we can step in, get past the prologue. So now we move RCX into the stack, -8 RBP. Should be fine. And when we do that, nothing should happen. Everything is fine. We now move OX45 into R8. That's 69 in case you didn't know. So move 69 into R8. And we can even say, can I do that? No. What? Okay. So now you can see that R8 has 69 in it. Hog. We have RCX, which should still have our pointer, which is correct. That D018 looks familiar. Now we can step in, disassemble. That's where the seg fault happened. So when we tried to store into R8, what do you know? It broke. Is that still in here? Oh, it's still in here. Crap. Oh, I didn't save the file. Look. That's sad. Does it work now? Permission denied. Oh, because it's open in GDB. One sec. We know where it failed now. Thank you. Keep that there. That button. Okay. Pretty good? Hey, failed with code 69. So you can now see these are just backwards. Right? Which means all we should have to do is get rid of all this crap. Get rid of... we can leave this comment explaining things. Sure. Return error. Yeah, that's worth it. That's fine. There you go. So this is the left-hand side. Generation. Beautiful stuff. It's similar to how it was, but it's different. Okay, so now with this, it seems that data and address are mixed up in intermediate representation of IR store. See, here we print it out as cooter car, which means right-hand side, left-hand side. So we will store the value on the right-hand side into the address on the left-hand side. Right-hand side into left-hand side, because that's how assignments work. Right-hand side into left-hand side. Okay. The left-hand side here is the address, and the right-hand side is the data. So that's correct. So is this in the back end of an IR store? Looks like it. How about that? Not there. Here. Yeah. Oh, and also, let's just add dumper. There we go. So now you can see the IR we're generating, if that interests you. If anybody has any questions, let me know. I know I'm jumping around a lot now. Hey, that looks like it worked. So we recompile. Code is changed. Hey, we did it. Chat, we did it. Compiler fixed. We can now do dereferences. So the question is, simple pointers works, but does it work with optimization? No. No, it does not. What went wrong? 800? Where are we? 869. Here. Where are we? What is this? This is for each child. IR for each child. And we didn't handle one of the types. Really? Oh. Huh. Siraide, I know you said also be right back. That was a little bit ago. Also, Phil4291 and the Apprentice Greybeard, thank you so much for the follows. I totally missed them until now. My bad. I've been engrossed. Siraide, do you know why this was commented out? Fix me. This was commented out, and I'm scared I broke something. Okay? I'm not going to forget. I don't want to forget that I just uncommented something for no reason. I mean, it is for a reason. We need to handle it for this to work, but is this correct? I mean, I guess it's correct. All we're doing is calling a callback on for each child, for the child with data. It should be fine. We're just gonna try it. Hey, look. What do we got? Hey, that's much better. Look at that. That's near handwritten. That is handwritten. You can't get simpler than this. Look at that. Look at that mem to reg optimization. Look at that dead code elimination. Look at that. Isn't that just satisfying, chat? Isn't that amazing? If you have any questions, let me know, but this is incredible. I can't believe the compiler is this sophisticated already. Like, look at this. We move 0 into racks. I don't really know why we do that here. We load the effective address of number. Oh, I know why we do that here. So this is a remnant of effectively, there used to be, okay, if we look at this is complicated, but if we look at the original simple pointer, you can see that we never actually use number. Yeah? And when we do use number, it's really not, it's just the return value, right? It's not important. Which is actually broken. I don't think this would return the right value, would it? This would return 0. So the load of number got messed up by the optimizer. Do you see that? Because we're supposed to load 0 into number, but it feels like this is a mem to reg thing where we only access it through the register. But then racks is then overwritten by this function call with 0. Anyways, 0 isn't correct. We want to return number. So this is like pointer semantics not being understood by the optimizer. So I don't think this would work. Yeah, it didn't work. We returned 0. We'd have to write something like this. We want to move number with address into racks. And then you can see it fails with code 69. So you can see we just have an error at the end there because it's trying to keep everything in a register, even when it may have been altered by pointer, by way of pointer, right? But you can see that this code itself got amazingly optimized. So we're on our way to becoming very good. And obviously work in progress, optimizations are dangerous. And we just added them, so they're obviously work in progress. But you can see unoptimized, it definitely works, which is beautiful. That's exactly how every compiler works, even C compilers. Sometimes the optimization breaks things. They try not to, but it's really complicated. And it works. This works. We now have pointers. So let's try a more complicated pointer example. And we get in function ir stack allocate to do. Which is interesting. Why are we trying to ir stack allocate in pointer? When would that happen? Let's check out pointers. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Control X3. That's the one. Nope, not Po. How'd I open Po? There we go. There we go. So here, we're trying to stack allocate local variables, and I guess it's not working. When are we calling code in CodeGen stack allocate? It would be here. Local, which is in variable declaration. So I guess that would make sense. We need a stack allocation for a local variable. So let's try and actually create that, huh? Why are we just to doing that? Ah, that would be it. We need an IR instruction, which is a stack allocation, which is an IR stack allocate. We then need to what? We just need to set its size. Here, comp mode, help me out, please. I can't remember. So we have a stack allocation, offset, and size. Yeah, so heap allocate a new instruction of the proper type, set its size, blah, blah, blah. To do, should we set offset here or just wait to calculate? Like we do currently. Because currently, whoops, we just calculate offsets in the actual backend, if I remember correctly. See? Calculate stack offsets. Not a bad idea. Okay. So now, what do you complain about now? Femit instruction. So we're failing to print out an instruction, which is impressive. Considering what it looks like. Oh, there's already a static assert down here. Perfect. So what are we not handling? A stack allocation? Well, we're handling that. Whoa. What did I just do? I don't even know how I did that. Intermediate representation. I'm getting hungry. That's probably a large part. I keep fumbling. What is 19 here? Local address. I guess we just never did that. We never took the address of a local thing. See, we handle global address, but not local address. Local address, and what do we actually create here? So when we create a local address, we just reference the local itself. So we say reference ID. And this is going to be %. ZU. What is ID? ID is a size 2. So yeah, ZU. There we go. Okay. It still didn't work. What did I screw up? In emit instruction. I see, in the x86-64 backend now. Okay. Here we are. So when we emit a global address, we do something like this. When we emit a local address, we do something like this. Losel. We want to load memory to register, right? So we're taking the local address where? Local address 0. That can't be right. Local address 0. we printing it out wrong? So the value it references gets an ID. All of them have IDs. What's going wrong here? What's going wrong here? Anybody know? I should probably make a git commit and everything, but it's fine. So why do we have 0 here? Do you see why I'm a little sus? Is like set IDs skipping something? Just says for each instruction ID equals extra. So are we not calling set IDs? How would that happen? Value reference, that's what we're using, right? Yeah. Instruction value reference, which should access the local. Okay, so when we load local address, what are we doing? Okay. Yes, so either way, we're just saying address.local, load that address. Why is that broken? This is in an address of, and this is in a reassignment, right? No, that's in an index, okay, which we shouldn't even be happening. So we know that we're actually in an address of. So the address of a local should just be the load local address of that local. But why does that local not have an ID? Right? Local variable access creates a new instruction. No. Stack offset. Hold on. So we're getting from the locals of the CodeGen environment the symbol, the stack offset from that. That seems like insanity, no? What is happening here? The address is the IR instruction of the stack offset? What? Am I going crazy here? What is this? It's environment get, but from the locals environment. So environment set and the locals environment. So we set the local here in a variable declaration. Oh man. If it's global, we just skip it. We don't do anything. Allocate space on stack. Get the size and bytes of the type of the variable. Yes. If it's external, so we get the type of the variable into temp node. And then we set size and bytes to the size of the type, okay? Sensible. So this must be the, variable symbol. So a variable declaration looks like this. So you can see that its child is the variable symbol. And it's, where are we at? If environment get context variables expression shown in temp node, blah, 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 if not context. If it's external, then just don't do anything. It's already defined somewhere else. But if it's not external, it's not global, guess what? It's a local that you have to define on the stack. So we do an IR stack allocate, and then we map the variable symbol to this local reference, which references this stack allocation. Yeah? Why did we need to know this? There was some reason we needed to know this. So when we load a local address, then the address local thing that we have, yeah? Okay, I'm starting to get it. It actually refers to something like this, right? Am I wrong? So it says, all right, how are we progressing? Really good. Really good. We have pointers, like simple pointers working. Are you ready? Here, let me try and do it. So if we go to simple pointers, that's not a file. Simple pointer. Look, you can even, it exits with code 69. It actually works. So simple pointer works. You can't optimize it. I will note that if you try and optimize it, then number never actually gets loaded properly. It does whatever this thinks it's doing. I don't know what this is. But it's moving 0 into racks here still, but then never loading it into number. So number never gets loaded with the number that it should, right? Not sure how this is happening. So we should be loading racks into number, right? And then we should also be moving into racks here from number. This works. No, it nearly works. But this is great. The actual this function, Jesus, this function here, it's beautiful. Optimized beautifully. This is amazing. The main function, this bit here, is a little wrong. So it says POG. It's true. It's true. It looks amazing. Like this is handwritten. If I had to write this function in assembly, this is what I would write. Right? There's not really anything else you can... It's beautiful. But Siraide says almost handwritten. What would you... I mean, you could do 69 like this. You can inline the immediate. That's it. Yeah. You just move this down. And that's not complicated to implement. It just hasn't been done. I mean, it is complicated to implement. You have to make sure that the immediate has only one use, or you have to go through and replace every use with an inline version. And in the back end, I feel like it'd be doable. It wouldn't be too rough. So it says, nah, it's the same as comparisons. Yeah. In the if. But yeah, so optimized, it doesn't work properly. But it's fine. It doesn't need to. Because unoptimized, guess what? It works. It will work eventually too. And then we were just upgrading to the pointers example itself. And you can see that we're having some interesting scenarios happen. Namin. So this has to do with load local address, right? At least that's what we were thinking, because when we load a local address, it wasn't actually handled in a lot of places. We had to add the handling. And obviously it's in the address of right here. So when we get address.local, in load local address, we just say local address references a local. But the local we give it is address local. And for some reason, that like doesn't exist. We have a lot of zero, number 0. Do you know what's going on there? with the locals? Why we have 0 everywhere? And they don't actually have IDs? Do I have to insert a stack allocation by hand? Ah, that could be it. That could be it. I forgot to insert. Oh, that could be it. That's gonna fix a lot of stuff. That helps. That helps a lot. Lol. Okay, we fixed it. So now, where are we at? Generated code output code.s. Whoops. Damn. See, it's still got the craziness in it. You see my issue? What is L3? That's bar, right? So this is bar. That's L1. L0 would be the other one. Yeah. Yeah. Look at this nonsense. Okay, what is happening? So let's look at what's meant to be happening. Pointers, right? We're supposed to be calling foo right away. So if we take a look at main, we should see some initialization code, and then we just call foo. Yeah? Call foo, which is technically L0. Coolness, right? With this, yeah, L0, you can now see that we have a function prolog, and then a function body. And what this does, we move 0 into RCX, yes. We move RCX into -8 off the stack. We've already subtracted plenty off the stack, so we have room for that. And that's where A resides, I would presume. So store 0 into A, check. Store 42 into B, check. Create a pointer and load the address of A into pointer. Pointer created, check. Moving address into pointer, check. Getting the address of A, not check. What is this? Emacs. What is it? Code point 27, X1B, 033. We have the escape character. So we have ASCII escape character instead of what we actually need for A. So why is A not having a name? Is there a varargs problem? Weird. Well, I don't know. How would I know what the problem is? I'm still going. So when we create the address of, we just use address local to load local address, yeah? So let's check the output. What does that look like? When we take a local address of 18, 18 is a stack allocation. So that should be fine, right? What's going wrong here? So it's almost like the variable isn't named A, right? I know that I have a lot open right now, I'm sorry. Because if we replace this with A, does it make sense? And this with like a B putter, right? That's what all these are. This would be putter or something like that. I don't even know. So what are we trying to access in the back end itself? Let me close some stuff. When we generate a local address. Oh yeah, that's not gonna work. I forgot. I didn't, yeah. I just added the stub for this and then got distracted fixing other bugs. That's right. So we don't have a name to register. This is memory to register, right? Is that correct? Loading a local address. So what do we need to emit? I guess is just what I need to figure out. CodeGen local address. Sure. Well, we're going to copy it. Context. Offset. So this would be instruction, value, reference, value, stack allocation, offset. That was rough, huh? Target. Instruction result. Yeah? Well, there's no longer as many problems. It definitely doesn't return the right thing anymore. Or still. Don't forget to do and cast to I64. Isn't everything already in where do we have to cast? Offset? Is that what it is? That's probably it. And we probably have to go negative. By the looks of it. By the looks of it. Negative offset of our local load. Yeah. Okay. So it's basically this, but with Leah instead of move. Hey, poggers. It worked. Chat. It returned 69. I know it's small, I'm sorry. It returned 69. Pog. Okay, the real test. Does it work with optimization? Well, it's not. It didn't shrink as much as I thought it would. Pointers really fuck with things, huh? Yeah, it doesn't work. It has the same, I think it's just the same little issue though. Yeah, it is. See, if we loaded things properly, it'd be, what is that? Yeah, that's fine. That's foo. This is bar. Yeah, I think it's just the same issue where we have to move like number rip, right? Into racks. That would be it. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, then it fails with code 69. It's a very small change. Izidayush says, yay! Thanks, Izidayush. Also, Shrump, thank you so much for the follow. Totally missed it. But yeah, so it looks like there's just something at the end here that's just malformed completely with move racks into RCX for no reason, right? That's bar, that's beautiful, and then this is foo, which is looking rather good. What does the IR look like? This. I believe this. Here, I'll just make sure. Sorry if you were looking at it. It's back and bigger than ever before. So, I don't even know what's going on. I don't know why this is here. Why are we getting the global address of number? The return instruction doesn't have a value assigned to it, I think. So this is probably the case of a manually built return. It's not in here. Or is it not being printed? Well, I don't know. I haven't played with that branch this much. This branch that much. I can't speak, man. Whoops. What are we looking at? A return? Yeah, it's just not being printed. What is it stored in when we create a return? IR return? Should search for IR return. Oh, this is going to be a long day. It's just value reference set to return value. Okay. So we should just be able to do this. Instruction. Value reference ID. There you go. Ah, yeah, that would be... There's your problem. Huh. So we're just creating the return wrong? Oh, it's definitely this then. It's got to be something here, right? Interesting. So at the end of a function, we just generate a return to the last expression. Last expression refers to just the last expression, and somehow that's a 0? The immediate 0. Go back to the other IR return, okay? This just means we return 0 from main. Yeah? Last expression is an AST node, so its result is an IR instruction. It inserts an immediate 0 if there is no last expr. Yeah, but that's not really what's happening here, is it? I guess it could be. But then how would this be added later? How would, you know what I mean? Because why is this not the return then? Because this exists before this, and then it's sus that the return value is 0. I agree. I don't even know why 0 is being loaded here, to be honest. Do you? It's just for funsies, right? We're supposed to be loading 0 and then storing it into number, but we remove the store to number for some reason. I think that's like is that dead code elimination doing that? So maybe when we're removing the store to number, maybe we're not updating the return properly, the return reference. Global variable inlining, but yes. Okay, yeah. Hopefully this helps you. Hopefully this helps you get down the right path. We got to keep going. It's already been some time into this stream that I spent heckling people for their use of words. I'm just going to title the stream Words. Sorry, does return markets argument is used? I didn't write it. I don't know. Sort of? Yeah, it does. It does. Branch refers to return. Return value is used by branch. Are we replacing the reference in replaced uses or whatever it's called? Replace. For each instruction called user in instruction users. Okay, so for every user of this instruction, for each child, replace use. Where did that go? which means that IR internal replace use, that one. What am I looking for? It's in for each child. Oh yeah, it's not handled at all. I don't think I even see IR return here. Oh, it's here. What is this? Does it visit the reference of a return? Yes, it does. I missed it at first, but it definitely does. Okay, that's right. Okay. It's a little confusing what you did here, bud. Uh-huh. If child equals replace replacement. What? Okay, I'm missing the control flow here. It's going over my head. Hopefully this gets you going in the right direction, Siraide. I hope. I don't know what else to test. So what I'm going to do is push some changes first, because things are starting to look up. Okay, what do we have? What do we need? Can I just... only this. Thank you. So we have variable access becoming... getting rid of if 0. Perfect. Why not? Use braces. Fuck it. So it says IR for each child calls a callback on each child of an instruction. Yes, it passes a pointer to the child so that the callback can mutate it. Legendary. Okay, I see what you're doing. I get it now. I get it a little better. Yeah. Where was that? Was that in CodeGen? Was that in intermediate representation? I can't remember. Yeah, replace uses. So for, but, okay. So for every child, child of what? Uses, okay. For each child of user. So for every, oh, this is so confusing. For every instruction that uses the return, no, for any instruction that uses this given instruction. For example, a return is a user of some value. Then we want to replace instruction with replacement and call back by using our internal replace use, which will say the child you're giving me, replace it if the child you are giving me... Do we have to do pointer here? Can we just set the pointer like this and it's fine? Doesn't this not update the pointer everywhere? We want to update the struct, right? Is this what we want? The reason why this is complicated is because there's another function that also uses IR for each child. No, don't do that, okay? I was just thinking, if we're just updating a pointer, that won't really work. This is just updating this local pointer. Not really. I mean, I know it's writing to where this pointer is, but this pointer is what? Where is this pointer? Why does that matter? You know? Please do not shallow copy instructions. I was just asking. Jeez. This is why I like Lisp, is what I'm going to say. Lisp, you can just shallow copy to your heart's content. It doesn't matter. There's no such, I mean, deep copying is a thing, but all it means is following a linked list of a pair. This is quite complicated. Siraide has a so basically. All right, I'm going to leave it to him. I'm going to keep doing Git stuff. Variable reassignment gets braces. For each user, loop over its children. If any of the for each user, loop over its uses, right? That's fine. Loop over its children. If any of the children is the usee, replace the child with replacement. So it says no. Oh, the children. So the actual things it's using. Okay. I get you now. So the user is using things. Loop over those, the sub-expressions of the user. Yeah. I get you now. That was a little confusing at first. We fixed all this variable access crap with dereference. What else do we have? We updated that name to be more accurate, I guess. Switched these around because they were wrong. Local address, we implemented. Local address, we implemented. Return, we now print out its thingamajang that it references. We implemented stack allocation. That's indent stuff, but we added IR local address, question mark. What did I change here? This is just indent, isn't it? Yeah. Here, let me zoom out. Oh, let me zoom out. I gotta look at this. The hell is this? Okay. Okay, I'm confident I didn't change anything here. Just indent. It's all white space. We're good. Okay, we cool? We'll do simple pointer, why not? We'll include that. And what else? Oh yeah, I wanted to show that off. I'll show that off after I make this commit. Okay, Siraide says IR replace uses iterates over all users and calls IR for each child on each of them. IR for each child iterates over each child of the user and calls the callback on it. The callback replaces the child with the replacement of the child if the child is the usee we're looking for. That's a slightly more in-depth explanation. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm starting to understand. User uses children. When we're replacing a use, if the user uses the replaced usee, right, then we replace it and we say, okay, replace it. But we just, okay. And then we're replacing the pointer in the parent. That's why the pointer, that's why we don't have to shallow copy. Okay. So the pointer that we're updating is actually, Siraide says yes. The pointer we're updating is actually within the parent, which means that updating the pointer is fine because the parent now points to the correct child. Okay. I get it. I get it now. What are we saying here? What did we do? Fix. I guess this would be like cogen. Fix. Here, we'll do the fancy square bracket. Cogen. Siraide says fixed pointers. I want to say that, but pointers were fine. It was just L value dereference. Implemented. Yeah, fixed pointers. Fuck it. Implemented L value dereference for variable reassignment. I usually do just the square brackets without a colon. Okay, yeah, that's what I ended up with. Because the square brackets already serve as delimiters. True. I was thinking about, do I want to do like cogen IR? Or cogen IR? I think I'd put it here. I would do that, right? I don't know. Or just use no brackets if I'm going to use the namespace thing. I think that's fine. Or that? I don't know. Who cares? I sometimes do cogen /IR. It's not bad. I'd be fine with it. I'm not going to say no to a PR because it contains that. Fixed pointers. There we go. We're going to push it right to main. And then I did want to show something off from the terminal. We're gonna have to do this or things will break. Yep, wonderful. Are you ready? Something we've never done before on the stream. Siraide says you can do git log and you'll see what I mean. Are you ready? Something never before done on stream. On this stream. Are you ready? Izidayush says, yes! Awesome. Thank you, Izidayush. I'm glad you're ready because we're going to open Vim. Never before done? That's true. We're going to open Vim and we're going to open a file in Vim. Are you actually going to use Clang? No. Still no. Izidayush says, oh my. Do you notice something? What do you notice, chat? Right, Vim. Izidayush says, oh my. What do you notice? Whoa, I don't know how to zoom in. Okay, there we go. It's flashing. I'm so sorry, it's flashing. Siraide says, hearsay is what I'm noticing. Okay, that's right. I always forget that right is up. That's a confusing one. Look at this. Look at what we got. Oh my god, the flashing. I'm sorry. Do you notice anything about our language here? Anything colorful, maybe? Look, I even know how to use Vim. Are you proud, chat? Izidayush says, I do. Yeah, we have syntax highlighting in Vim now, not just in Emacs. So if you like Vim, Siraide says, I noticed something. You appear to have opened the wrong editor by mistake. You'll notice, coincidentally, if we switch to Emacs, they look very similar. But do you know how to quit Vim? Yeah, I do. Do you know how to quit Vim when you've edited the file? That's the real one. Izidayush says, :Q. Uh-oh. :Q didn't work. I love Vim, just to mess with people. Okay. Izidayush says, or maybe X. Hey, that worked. I didn't know if it would. Oh god. Oh god. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm figuring it out. Okay, my hands were off by one. That's my bad. Siraide says kill all Vim, obviously. I would be scared what that does on Windows. Izidayush says, damn, I never used Vim in my life. Hey, that or power off should do the trick. Yeah, just turn off your computer, cycle the power. No, the proper way to do things is with Q, right? And if you've edited the file, but you haven't saved your changes, then you'll notice that it won't let you because it says, no write since last change. You'd lose these changes, dummy. So you have to add that to override, which is an exclamation point. I couldn't think of the name. Then you can close it. Or you can do WQ. That will write the file and then quit, so any of your changes will be saved. How about that, chat? How about that? Also, did you notice this changed size? Fun fact, you can do Control-C instead of Escape to enter normal mode. Oh, I didn't know that. Can you really? So if I'm blah blah blah. Nice. For me, it's easier to hit Escape, especially on this keyboard. Where are we at? Emacs. Oh, my baby, you're back. Thank you for never leaving me. Love Emacs. You know why? Can Vim do this? This is Conway's Game of Life, chat. Can Vim do this? Can it? That's my question to you. Siraide says it can't. And he was correct. It's a text editor. Not an operating system. It's true, though. You know what's cool? You could also do this in light. You know that? my text editor. You could also do this in Light. It's also an operating system, is what I'm saying. Why is it getting red? Do you see all the red dots? What is that? That's not my monitor, right? Is that on stream? Could we play Game of Life in Emacs? I mean, we are. This is it. Siraide says it is on stream. Okay, so it's not my monitor. Yeah, I don't know what that crap is. The red crap. It's wherever the life has gone and cleared. It's got to be a graphics bug. Oh my. Or maybe it's on purpose to show like a heat map. Is it a heat map? It may be a heat map because the transparencies are different. It's pretty incredible. You know what else it has? You want to play some Tetris? I like Tetris. We all like Tetris. I love blowing people's minds with Emacs. It's a lot of fun. I get too much enjoyment out of it. Think. Perfect. Some glorious, glorious Tetris for you. Yeah? Is it a huge says, I'm using VS Code right now. I feel like a peasant. There's nothing wrong with VS Code. Sure. So much fun. Oh, almost a Tetris. 2 lines. 2 lines out of 4. But yeah, I get stuck in Emacs. You can do literally whatever you want, and I love it. Is it useless? But can it run Crisis? I don't know. Does it have Crisis? It doesn't have Crisis by default. Oh, I'm in the numpad for this to work. Keyboard layers. No Crisis by default. You'd have to make Crisis if you want that. But you could make Crisis. There's nothing stopping you. You could also make Doom. What else do they have? They have so much stuff. 5x5. I don't even know how this game works. Oh, it's the turn on, turn off game. Hey, I just did it. There you go. Does it have chess? Oh yeah, it has chess. I think you have to download the package. Yeah. There's a... Here. List all packages, please. It's going to take a second. We're doing a little bit of a detour for Emacs. It's worth it. It's worth it. I'm pretty sure someone's probably ported Doom to Emacs, lol. Chess. Play chess in GNU Emacs. Yep, that's what it is. And it's right here on Elpa. Oh, you guys didn't come with me. There you go. Run that. Play chess. Most people will probably also be interested in reading the top of chessdisplay.l and chess.pugin, which describe the user interface commands available in each of those buffer types. Amazing. Very cool. You can have an ASCII chessboard, a character-based display, or a graphical chessboard display which uses images. I love Emacs. PGN is chess notation stuff. Nice, so like coordinates and moves. I get it. To improve your chessality, what is that? What is chessality? Chess tutorial provides a simple night movement exercise to get you started. Add MX Chess Puzzle can be used to solve puzzle collections in EPD or PGN format. Cool. I don't think that's a word, haha. I was wondering, to improve your chessality. Chessality. Do they define it up here? Either way, you can play chess in Emacs. I'm sure you can even play it multiplayer if you want. There's probably a way. Somebody has done it. Everything's so zoomed in. I feel crazy right now. But yeah, there's lots of packages to do whatever you want. And these are just the official ones. There's more than this. There's 5,000 official packages. I think Melpa might be in here. So yeah, that doesn't, not all official. All the ones with Melpa are unofficial. So you can see most of them. But an Emacs without Melpa is not common. You can see almost everything I use I have through Melpa. Look at these new packages. Corfu Prescient. Ooh, Corfu. I think I need Emacs 29 for that. I have Emacs 28, damn. Triple-based database for us and apps. Oh my god, desktop. A YouTube video subtitle extractor along with a desktop environment for ZK. If that doesn't tell you what Emacs can do, I don't know how to help you. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Emacs has a desktop environment right next to extracting YouTube video subtitles automatically into an Emacs buffer. Isn't that beautiful? We even have new themes being added. Legendary. I should add this theme. I wrote this theme. I should add it to Melpa. We could have the Lenser theme officially in Emacs, baby. Not like in the official Emacs, but in most people's Emacs, because anybody who runs Emacs without Melpa is kind of insane. That's very specific. I love Emacs. Anyways, it has literally everything you can think of. It has like 5x5, right? You can just play with a random grid. Oh, this is a hard one. Oh, I'm screwed now. I messed up. Yeah, I messed up bad. Okay. Uh-huh. Nearly. Nearly there. Siraide says Emacs chess tournament when? Right? Oh, I'm so messed up. Again, nearly. Getting better. This is going to be a hard one. Oh, nope. I screwed it up. Nope. Nope. This is just gone. I think I screwed up at the beginning and I just screwed myself. So it says F. But yeah, this game I get way too distracted on. It's so simple, but you can see it's quite hard. It's quite hard. Especially with a random grid. We should write a program that solves these games. That'd be fun. Okay, yeah. I'm now screwed. It's fun. Anyways, that's Emacs. Oh, hey, this is still running. Whoops. I had to turn on my... That was very complicated. I had to switch keyboard layers to get to the arrow keys. I was like, press it. Don't press it. Beautiful stuff. We're going to be set up for a Tetris here. See, this is what I mean by Emacs may just distract me forever. Because I'm never going to get anything done. Nearly a Tetris. 3 lines. That's not bad. Anyway, we should move on. Oh, yep, not the numpad. Thank you. Yep, game of life. Thank you. Okay, what did we do? Did I have a plan? Siraide? Siraide says the same happens to me when I play Minesweeper. Minesweeper is a good one. You can get lost in it. I think I have Minesweeper. I think it's called something else. Yeah, they had to call it something else. You were going to push something. I think I pushed... Yeah, I've got no changed files. We fixed pointers. We pushed that. We did the Vim thing. I showed off Vim. I swear there was something. Okay, hold on. Let me check. I think I said it to you before the stream. I'm going to look. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, I remember now. That was rough. currently, if we try another example, it's rather simple. The register allocator correctly allocates registers. Siraide says the RA docs? No, it's actually the stack alignment. You said something about that. I do still have to do the RA docs. I think I'll do that off stream. Or something, I don't know. Or just on stream might not be a bad idea. Anyway, you can tell that this is simple and seems like it should work, right? There's nothing really too complicated about it. And if we look at the code it generated, you can even look at it and go, oh, this will work. We have some issues right now where we're doing some stuff that we don't need to. This is the actual code that's being run. Yeah? So you can see that all we're trying to do is call putchar with 69, 121, and 121, which if you don't know, this is a capital E, right? E. This is a Y, and this is a Y again. So this should print out A, right? And if we look at the examples, you can see that, hey, look, putchar is defined as an external function with no body. It's an integer returning function which takes in an integer. That's how putchar works. And then we call it, and it should print out A. And if we run this, ruh-roh chat, no output, and it fails with code 5. What is going on? Does anybody know? Siraide already told you about this. You know. I told you about this before the stream. But does anybody know? It looks like it would work. Like there are no registers being used in the wrong way. We move 69 into the first argument register of MS Windows. And then we call putchar. And we do that with Y, and then we call putchar, and then we do that with Y, and we call putchar, then we just return. So I guess you could be saying, hey, are you returning, is putchar returning 5? Putchar should return its written character, so it should return 121, but maybe it's returning 5. So let's see if we're just wrong there. Nada. Bonk. Code 5 again. No output. How does this happen? We're returning from here, right? Presumably, this code is being run by the program. Why is it crashing? If nobody knows in the next few seconds, I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna let you in on a secret. Ooh, secrets. Do you like to know secrets, chat? Okay. Nobody knows. Siraide knows. But he can't say. Siraide says, good old ABI problems. That's right. Now, we're just going to take a look at something. Here, hold on. I don't know where Google is going to take me with this. Should be fine, but you never know. If we look at Microsoft's calling convention for x64, they have a whole section on alignment where they say nothing about stack alignment at all, which is useful, right? And where you actually have to go is follow this link, read this whole page, and then realize that there's this one little thing in here. Right? It's a little small again. There's this one little thing in here. The stack will always be maintained 16-byte aligned, except within the prologue. For example, after the return address is pushed, and except where indicated in function types for a certain class of frame functions. Don't even worry about that. So what you'll notice in this crazy diagram, and with this sentence right here, we need to maintain 16-byte alignment of the stack. And look at this. In the function prolog, we push RBP, which is 8 bytes, and then we call putchar, which means we're trying to use a calling convention which forces 16-byte alignment without being 16-byte aligned. Ain't that funny? I put a screenshot of glibc's start in general. Nice. Whoops, that's fine. I'll do that less, Siraide, I promise. glibc moment. Pushal EAX. Push garbage. That will work. That would work. Right? But this only works when you know the stack alignment. Like at the entry to start. Underscore start, right? Which you do. In main, we don't know the stack alignment. You can guess, but it may not be correct. So, guess what? You have to do it dynamically. So let's go to the Arch x86-64 backend and align the stack to 16 bytes by hand. Yeah. Which means entry. When we codegen the prolog, we then want to codegen, right? Generate is what we'll call it. We're going to generate 16-byte stack alignment. This is probably good on even on Linux, right? I don't have to put a convention check. So for stack alignment, what we would like to do is emit an instruction which is a subtraction of the stack. Remember, the stack grows downwards, which is why this sub is here. So if we had local variables, this would increase, right? But before this happens, or I guess after this happens, we need the stack pointer itself to be aligned. So what we can do is allocate some more space on the stack, right? Subtract from register RSP. But isub needs immediate to register. And then if we look at immediate to register, that should help us. The other way. So you can see that we have an int64t immediate and a register destination. So we need to give an int64t 16 off of the stack pointer. This should probably go where we emit the prolog. Do we want to do this for every function? I figured we would just allocate it at the entry point, or align it at the entry point, and then do... I guess technically we should do this for every call, shouldn't we? Hold on. Maybe we should just do this for every external call. Yeah? How does what? I don't think we even use this anymore. How does what? Okay, hold on. IR call. I'd do it at the top of every function because push RBP offsets it by 8. Okay. That's fair. So instead of, so we'll go to prolog. Yeah? Should I just add 16 to this? That's probably the way to go, huh? We're going to do this for now, but after we subtract 16, we then need to add back to the stack pointer as much as there wasn't, as to actually align it to 16. So we have to make sure that we have enough bytes to freely move the stack pointer around to make sure it's allocated, and then we have to actually align it. Again, I keep saying allocated, I mean align. And to do that, we can just get rid of the last few bits with an AND of -16. Okay? Why is this not going to work? We don't have and. Round up to the nearest multiple of 16 minus 8. Yeah, exactly. That's what this would do. You're going to have to add and. Red Candy Eater says, hi. What's up, Red Candy Eater? How's it going? Siraide says, minus 8 because of RBP. Yeah. Use 8. So this will be round and round up. This is rounding down to the nearest multiple of 16. Right? That's what these two do. This rounds up, but this rounds down together. Red Candy Eater says, it's going well. I took a break from programming, but I'm continuing my UEFI stuff. Nice. I love low level. You can also do locals offset over 16 plus 1 times 16. What? What if we didn't do that? What does that mean? So you're saying here? Okay. Align locals offset to 16 byte alignment. Round up to the nearest multiple of 16. Okay. Rounding it up to the nearest multiple 16. I'm just going to trust you. And then minus 8 because push RBP. Yeah. Well, what? We shouldn't have to minus anything, should we? Oh, you're saying that this is basically a subtraction of the stack. So we have to do minus 8 because... Yeah, okay. Offset push RBP instruction, which alters stack by 8. Sure. Do I have to add? No, I have to subtract. We want to round down. I'm literally just copying what Siraide wrote. I'm not this fast. That's one way to do it. You dropped your minus 8. Should this go here? Is this supposed to be here? That should do. You only need one ISUB. Yeah. So is there supposed to be a... Yeah, minus 8. Okay, so this means I can get rid of this. Yeah? Just to be clear, we're supposed to do this and then minus 8. Yeah? This would be the ultimate parenthesis clarity? Yes. Okay, just making sure. Align locals on 6 by rounding it up to the nearest multiple of 16. And then subtract 8 for to offset push RBP just above. Yeah? I think that's fine. It's a little insane, right? It kind of looks crazy, but it's not bad. Okay. You could also do locals offset over 16 times 16 plus 8. To get rid of the plus 1. So if locals offset is 0, this would be 0, 1, 16 minus 8, 8. This would work. Locals offset over 16. So 0 over 16 times 16 is 0 plus 8. That's also 8. And then if we had
24 in here. 24 over 16 is 1, plus 1 is 2, times 16 is 32, minus 8, 24. Was that incorrect? Don't we want 32 or 16? Did I do it wrong? 24 over 16 is 1, 2, 32, 24. No, we want 24 because of push RBP. Oh, legendary. Legendary. Okay, you right. You right. That's also why we want 8. Yeah. It does make sense that we'd want 8, but not 24, because those are 16 bytes away. You're right. I'm not too smart. So this should be good, in that we can just get rid of this. Beautiful. Okay. It's crazy how those give the same answer. Siraide says +8. Thank you. If you remove the -1. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. It has to be +8. So before we were basically calculating the end and then moving back, but now we're calculating near the end and then moving forward. I get it. I like it. This is fine. Which means hey. Hey. Chat. Hey. How's that? Lol. Well, it works. How much does it break when we optimize it? Very much. It breaks very much. Isideush says, hey. Because of push. Push pop? Push pop? What? Oh, push got removed. The entire prologue got removed, didn't it? You can push before the call. RIP. I don't push before the call, to clarify. The compiler does. I didn't put this here. I may have wrote the code that puts it there, but I didn't put that there. See, this was my issue, like, why don't we just insert it every call? Which subtracts 8 from the stack pointer, which means it's no longer aligned. Oh, I know. This isn't working. So that's with optimizations. But there's also just no alignment. The alignment code itself gets removed, which is a little worrying. So don't we have to do this every time? Yeah. I was right? We have to put it before every call if it's external. The stack is already 16-byte aligned upon entry into the function. I mean, that's sure. You can assume that. Doesn't mean it's true, but you can assume that. If there are no local allocations, then RBP doesn't get pushed. And we don't need to subtract anything to align it. So what you're saying is, when we emit these, should we just add a sub 8 if there's an odd amount of funcs? Of arguments? Where even are we? Where does the call happen? We are using call. Something like this. Sub 8 if we push an odd number of registers. That should do the trick. That's what I was thinking. Which means we can... I mean, func regs is what? That's a bit mask. So we have to count... No. Okay, here we go. pushed. Reg's pushed count. Reg's pushed count plus equals 1. Yeah? Red Candy Eater says, I think you missed my message. Probably. Oh yeah, I did. It's way up above. I do identity paging with 1 Gibby octet pages. Why? Address 12,000 equals OX 1307, 13,007, address 13,000 equals OX. I then set CR3 to OX 12,000. Do you know if we need to do other things for paging? What? I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry, Red Candy Eater. What do you mean, do you have to do other things? There's a ton of things you have to do to enable paging. You can count the number of bits like this. Int count long x, int c 0, 1, return c. GCC will optimize that to a single pop count instruction. What are you saying? It's fine. It doesn't matter. We're already looping over. It's not like it's going to change anything. An increment is pretty low on the optimization standards for me. Especially in the compiler itself, not in the generated code. When do we do the call? Okay, here. If Reg's pushed count and 1 if Reg's pushed count OB1, we have to sub 8. Immediate to register. Whoops, register int 64t8 from stack pointer. Whoops. Don't forget to add 8 if you subtracted, otherwise it'll pop garbage. Okay. Restore stack pointer from stack alignment if necessary. Save align stack pointer before call if necessary. Is it really true that how does this work? This won't work right. Don't we have to add 8 first? Okay, your pop count thing may not be crazy anymore. Okay? Doesn't matter. It does though. Because then when you go to look, the first stack argument has to be at the bottom, at the stack pointer. Or 8 off of the stack pointer, right? 8 above it. Isn't that an issue? I feel like that would be an issue. Okay. Yeah. Oh my god. What have you done? Why? Is this okay? Where does x come from? Was it a parameter? What is this? Count equals c. X is probably Reg's pushed count. That probably equals func regs, huh? X is the parameter, C is the count. Yeah? Deal? Yup, okay. Am I really incorrect in saying that this order matters? I just can't see that. There we go. Beautiful. Yes. We never added. Oh. I just inserted another sub, so it was being removed? No, it's being removed. Why is it not there? It can't be being removed. That doesn't make any sense. How is this not being reached? Am I an idiot? What? Okay, hold on. Just gonna do the thing. Yeah? Everything still broken. Just had to check. This is the proper code.s? Yeah. We're not... Are we altering Reg's pushed count? Oh, that's... I mean, this should check if it's odd. Right? It's happening here. But not here? Oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, it says you're incrementing it in the loop when you're pushing the regs. Yeah, that would be an issue. So an odd number plus an odd number would always equal, you know, something else. Okay, does this work? Still fails with code 5. I don't think we can do a tail call to an external function because we can't guarantee that it keeps stack alignment, right? Put char itself does not keep the stack aligned. Siraide says it should. Well, you'd think. You'd think. Red Candy Eater says, in your pre-kernel assembly, you do move CR3 racks. Move racks higher half in it. Jump racks. Yes. So it seems like move to CR3, that's the last step of paging, correct? That's the last step of paging. I would agree. But that has nothing to do with enabling paging at all. That just sets the page table. Try call put char and ret and see if that does anything. Okay. Okay, it doesn't. What else could it be, though? What do you think it is? I mean, these are identical. I mean, wait. So when it's a tail call, it's not doing the thing. Is that a problem? So put char expects a call. So it expects to be 8 off. Siraide. Main should be 16 byte aligned. But when we call put char, it pushes 8. So the entry to put char will assume an offset of 8. Yeah? Because it's assuming a call. Siraide says, oh, god damn it. Yeah. So when you jump put char, it doesn't work. You have to do different stack alignment. Oh, god damn it. It does push the function address. Yeah, call. So whenever we do a tail call, I don't know where this would happen. Where does tail call happen? Here. To do. Call would normally push 8 bytes. Return address. This means that put char entry, we'll say prologue, will expect 8-byte misaligned stack. Can you try removing the sub adds that you added? Wait, but that means jump should work and the other two should fail. What? No, because these are 16-byte aligned. The jump is assuming that it's 8 off. Call pushes the return address. That's what I'm saying. There's no return address pushed here, so put char gets confused. Which offsets the stack by 8. Yep. Call pushes return address, offsets stack by 8. Put char then pushes garbage. It pushes 8 or something. Or maybe even the base pointer. And then just doesn't handle anything else. So when we jump here, we push the base pointer, but then when we return, I'm sure we're still screwed. What are you saying? You want to remove these? Why? It'll just still fail. See? Ooh, it's not happy. It's not even failing. It's just going forever. Isn't that fun? It's just, yeah, it's just stuck. I'm going to close it through the task manager. That don't work. See, that still didn't work. It expects the stack to be 16-byte aligned. Does that include the return address? Well, that would mean these are inverse. Right? So that would mean that we don't have to do it here and we do have to do it there. I mean, it was working before without optimization, so I'm presuming it works. Yeah, that just breaks things. Because without optimizations, everything was fine. Boom. Yeah? Sorry, it says GDB time? I'm not that interested in fixing the optimization. I don't know how to fix it. This is... right? I mean, we could just disassemble. It wouldn't be that hard, I guess. Right. Object dump -d a.exe. There's quite a bit in here. I just want to see put char. Not yet? Okay. Not yet. Not defined anywhere yet. Still no? You're right, GDB may be the easiest way. By the way, you guys can't see this, my bad. Okay, there we go. You see it? We found put char. Boom. That's so dumb. You're right. Okay. We load an address into RDX, then call put C. Yeah? In put C, you can see we move 8 into, we move RBX into the stack, RSI into the stack at a weird spot. 18. Our Godbolt link. Well, this isn't the x64 calling convention. You're an x86, bud. You need x64. You're trying to do 32-bit code. What are you on? What are you on, man? Look. Interesting. You can see, though, it has a whole lot of space on the stack. Is that like shadow stack? What are we dealing with here? Why do we have so much space on the stack? I think there's a red zone. Oh, there is a red zone. Oh, you're right. Doesn't that mean we need to have it be subtract 32 in entry point? Isn't that what that means? So that's like the entry point to the whole thing. I just want to check out, where's main? Main is nowhere here. Okay. So what is the red zone? Why do we need that? Okay, I'm going to Google it. What is the red zone x64? What does it say? Saves non-volatile registers, allocates fixed part of the stack frame, and establishes a frame pointer that points 128 bytes into the fixed allocation area. Using an offset allows more of the fixed. Wat. Why is this a thing? Of course. Red zone? Sure. Jesus Christ. What is this search function? Classic Microsoft. Nothing. Okay. That's Sys5 though, not Windows. IRC Windows has something similar. Well, it's got to, because if we remember the disassembly that we just looked at, look what it does. That's not going to work. Red Candy Eater says it's Shadow Stack, I think. It's Shadow Stack. 64 Microsoft. Shadow Stack. That sounds cool. Is it in here? We have Shadow. No, I'm not seeing it here. Red Candy Eater says Control F. Well, it's not here. I was just trying to read. Nada. Below stack arcs, if any. What? The first one, if you break into the divine respect, you want people to see anywhere. Okay, Lens, read the stack in the link I linked. Okay. What do you mean read the stack allocation? I've already read all this. Where? You're telling me to read like 8 paragraphs? I'm not seeing it. The big paragraph. This one. The parameter area is always at the bottom of the stack. Yes. So that it will always be adjacent to the return address. Yes. Contains at least 4 entries. What? Entries? I'm gonna die. Space is always allocated for the register parameters, even if the parameters themselves are never homed to the stack. Oh my god, why? Okay. So, what we've discovered is that not only do we have to align the stack, we also have to figure out how big the stack needs to be. Siraide once again gives us a link. You just link to the same place. Bruh. He says, my bad, forgot to copy it. Okay. Even if the called function has fewer than 4 parameters, these 4 stack locations are effectively owned by the call function, may be used by the call function for other purposes besides saving parameter register values. I meant to paste this, rip. It's all good. Yeah, that's the at least 4 entries thing. We know. Yeah, we're getting there. Okay. Okay. Reg's pushed count is at least 4. Is that correct? So what does that say? Even if the called function has fewer than 4, these 4 stack locations are owned by the called function. So even though... Oh god, this is so difficult. So we need like the number of registers, the number of parameters. How do we loop over the parameters? Am I dumb? So we need to loop over the parameters. I have to pee so bad. I have to go. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. Oh no. Red Candy Eater. My OS is not going to have a calling convention. Good luck. So it says we need to allocate space to hold all the parameters of the callee, but at least 4. Separate from this. Yeah? Separate from this. Okay. Should we do it after or before? In between. Where is it stored? Parameter area is always at the bottom of the stack. Well, yes, which parameter area? The parameter area of the stack parameters or all of the parameters? The one for the callee. So all the parameters in reverse order. Which means that the 0th, what we're doing isn't part of the ABI. I know. That's what, yeah. So I was just, it's confusing because it's all the stack, is all I'm saying. But what you're saying is that parameters 1 through 4 mean that every time there's a function call, there has to be, what? So every time there's a function call, there has to be 32 bytes of unused stack allocated memory. No, unless there's more than 4, in which case it's 40, 48, etc. Also, this code should be in a call conv MSVC, something like that. The alignment code or this code? Alignment's fine for sys5, right? The alignment, I don't know. Okay, so we'll just do call convention. mswin, yeah? On mswin, make sure there is space for at least 4 parameters. Do we know how many arguments? And all the Windows nonsense goes in that if. It's not nonsense. It's just obscure. But I would agree. We don't know how many arguments we have, do we? However many arguments putchar takes, but at least 4. Well, we can't code that in here, bud. Arg count, which equals at least 4. Right, if it's an indirect call. Then what do we do? Got what? What do you mean if it's an indirect call? We don't know how many arguments an indirect call has? I think we do. External functions have their amount of arguments defined, right? Am I missing something? Okay. IR call argument equals instruction value call arguments. Siraide says, in assembly, you don't know what you're calling, but the compiler does, so never mind. All right. You weren't being stupid. It's just we're working with very complex things, and we're jumping between all these different languages and contexts and places. It's just complex. Yeah. So for every argument, well, here's the thing. This should start at 0 still, right? And then we just say, if arg count less than 4, arg count equals 4. Yeah. And then, here's the crazy part. Isn't this in the wrong? Okay, there's a problem. We have to handle this differently. I'm just going to put it to do. It's going to work for now. To do. This needs to happen because they're all pushed in reverse order, right? Oh God. So this should be fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. I was thinking this may push arguments 0 through 4 in the wrong order, but we're good. So if arg count is less than 4, arg count equals 4, right? And then we have to make space. Technically, we only have to, okay. If arg count is greater than 4, right? So if arg count is greater than 4, we need to have a maximum of 4 pushed, because the arguments past arg4 are stored on the stack and have already been allocated. Is that correct? Four times 8, I think that's what MSVC is doing. 4 times 8 equals 32. You're probably right. But we also need to make it 32 if it's greater than 4, right? Because if it's greater than 4, then we should have already handled it using stack allocations previous to the call instruction. Does that make sense? So pretty much no matter what, we just have to push 4. Am I wrong? I'm pretty sure we just push 4 no matter what. I'm pretty sure. Okay, we're gonna try. Ooh. Int 64t of 32, right? Something like that. I don't even need that. Yeah, always push 4 so you can always sub 40. Okay, we'll do this just to make it clear. As in locals offset plus 40. In the prologue even. Can we? Okay. Okay. Yes. If you call a function with 8 params, MSVC allocates 72 bytes. 40 plus 32. Okay, that's ideal. That's ideal. 4 on the stack, plus the 4 register, plus... Okay. We're gonna go... Where'd you say? You said we can do it in the prologue. Oh, I love writing Emacs Lisp that works like that. Ugh. CG call conv. MS win. I'm like looking around my microphone right now. Then we can just say locals offset plus equals 40. And we can even do 32, 4 times 8 plus 8. Yeah? I think that works rather well. It's probably not going to live for very long, but we'll put it there. Remove the 16/6 nonsense. We don't need that anymore. Do we not? Why don't we need that anymore? Oh, you're right. You are right. Because we align it for every call. Okay, moment of truth. Not quite. -O. There we go. You think it's gonna work? Permission denied. Is a.exe still open in the background? Why permission denied? Why? I mean, it's not in my task manager. I don't have a.exe running. I remember. We have it open in GDB. Okay. That was odd. It still didn't work. Okay, there's 2 problems still. Okay, wait. Yeah, hold on. There's definitely something wrong there. Why are we subbing 40 each time? What? Okay. What is happening? Don't subtract 40 in the call. I don't even know where I'm doing that. Hold on. How are we doing that? Oh, this, I didn't get rid of this? Well, did I get rid of something else? Okay, nearly. Oh, what's the first problem? If there are no local vars, the optimizer will not emit the initial stack allocation. Yeah, that's an issue. There's still problem 1, yeah. Where does that happen? I don't even know where to look. It's a little odd that opt isn't in CodeGen, right? Not in opt.c, okay. In the backend. Okay, it's a peephole. Stack. Allocate. Locals. This. Okay. Yes. So what do we need to happen? If locals offset doesn't exist, we still need to do all this. If this happens, right? We should really just make a helper here, a function helper. Beautiful. I guess I could try this. How does that look? That's ugly. That's confusing. Okay, well, I'll choose ugly over confusing. Okay. That's a good sign. Still doesn't work. Lovely idea, though. So this keeps it 16 aligned. But it would also mean... Okay. This is a tricky one. Check the tail call code. Where? Okay. Tail call. If optimize, you need to insert the epilogue before a tail call. Epilogue or prologue? Epilogue. What? Wherever IR call is emitted. Yes. Like in the actual call. Because a tail call is like a ret. Ah. But doesn't... here, hold on. So when we jump here, what you're saying, optimize tail call, this? Okay, hold on. Yeah, line 1095. Oh. Okay. We're going to have to make some changes. Right? Is this what it was? Calling convention. That's what we're doing. I'm an idiot. Equals CG call conf. This one. Okay. Whoops. So if we're on MS Windows, do the epilogue. So should we have like a needs prologue, needs epilogue helper? I feel like that would be much better. Should we try it? Needs prologue. We can do that later. Yes, we can. It just seems like it's worth it because this is confusing to read. Like, what does this even do? Cogen needs prolong. We just need cogen context, right? Context. Do we also need size t locals offset? We probably need that. Yeah. Opposite. Opposite. There we go. I just can't stand it. I know this isn't needed. You are correct. We should add this later and get it working now, but it's just small. It'll make it more readable. Is this all we need here? If here. Oh God. What did I just do? Am I an idiot? Okay, I'm an idiot. I was looking at the wrong one. I was like, what did I screw up? It's gone. It needs prologue. That seems like it makes sense. Needs epilogue. Okay. Mm-hmm. Where was it? Here? This thing? Is this done anywhere else? Needs epilogue. Context. Needs epilogue. If instruction. So we need an instruction block function. We'll just go with instruction. What instruction is needed? I guess we just need a function. You need a function. That's okay. I got there in the end. Thanks, Siraide. I appreciate it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Little crazy. Works out. Needs epilogue. Unused. Function block function. Yeah. Okay, where else does this happen? Locals, total size. Here it is. If needs epilogue, context F. Check cogen epilogue. Okay, that's perfect. That's where I am. So I guess if needs epilogue, we just do this. So it says no, careful. Why? You still need to omit the ret. Yeah, okay. We're good. I got scared. We're good. So it says, yeah, chat delay. It's all good. I was just scared. I was like, wait, I don't want to break it. Does this make any sense? It's annoying to do this in Twitch chat. You can always, I guess I could put some headphones on. We could get in a Discord server if you want to talk. You could also stream on Twitch and we could do like a double stream. If you have something you want to, I don't care. I'll do it. If optimize, right? not optimize. British spelling. British spelling. Gotta get that through my head. Siraide says, sure, that would make things easier. We'll have to set that up next stream. That's a great idea. I'd love that. It's a little lonely. Siraide says, because it's constantly a problem that I'm talking about something, but you're already looking at a different section of the code. It's true. And I have it on the lowest latency. I'm doing my best on the stream side. I wonder how many unused functions we have. So it says, because I'm not that good at typing. You're not bad at it, but I know what you mean. 80 words per minute is pretty good. Siraide says, a lot probably. Yeah, these are all unused. Most of the cogen underscore functions are now unused. It's true. I think it's... So, just as a general pattern, what do you prefer? Siraide says, I'd keep them for now. Oh, absolutely. I'm not just going to go through yeeting stuff right now. But as far as a pattern, I kind of prefer everything in emit instruction. I don't think we should really have... What do I prefer as in... I know, I'm being vague. I'm sorry. I'll get better. So, yeah. We have currently everything in line. Like the generation of an IR call happens in the case, the switch case. Do you think as a pattern? Siraide says everything in emit instruction makes sense unless there's code duplication. Nice, okay. That's what I was thinking as well. Like with the epilogue, that makes sense because we have to cogen the epilogue from all over the place. So it makes sense to have that as a function and not copy it everywhere. But I don't think it makes sense to have IR return be its own function, like all of this. If we did do that, it would basically, we could construct explicitly the jump table, but the jump table can just do it for us. The switch case, I mean. If we add enough empty lines and comments, it'll be readable enough, haha. It's true. Honestly, I think all it would take is an empty line after each break, and this would be like really easy. Because all you have to do is search for IR stack allocate. How's that handled? Oh, it's not. Right? You can say, oh, it's nothing happens. You can get to it rather quickly. From the top, you can go, how is an add? Oh, here it is. Okay, I think it's fine then. I think it is a long function, right? But I don't think there's anything wrong with this long function. It's 300 lines. It's not bad. So he says, yeah, I don't think there's a need to split emit instruction up into functions. I was just making sure because I want to have the code be at least somewhat understandable. So if this is like a crazy way to go about things, probably shouldn't do it. But if it's understandable and not crazy, then we're good. Shouldn't this be RDX? Am I wrong? I'm probably wrong. There's people that say, oh, you shouldn't have long functions. Well, IMO, that's mostly nonsense so long as there isn't code duplication. That's true. The next token function in my HTML parser is 1,500 lines of code. Oh my god. So you're good. Yeah, that's a long function, bud. That's insanity. Also, does this work now? It still doesn't work. What's broken now? Did I recompile? I don't think I recompiled. Hey, it works. Okay. That was on me. Hey. Hey. Div mod cogen might have bugs. I haven't looked at it that much. Okay, I haven't either. So that's something to think about. Modulo, this may be RDX. It should never happen is the problem. It's an assertion. So if this does happen, there's already something else wrong. So if this is wrong, it would be really confusing, right? You'd be like, why does modulo care about this? It works. Cool. Nope. Okay. I'm getting really good at reading assembly. Okay. We have put char 69. Put char 121. And put char 121. But a tail call. Cool. Prologue, epilogue. Very cool. So it says, I hit this assert earlier, so that's that. But I don't think we should investigate that now, haha. That and IR. Yeah. Nice. So we have a tail call to put char, and everything works properly. With optimizations. So let's make these changes. I didn't add files, did I? No, I'm good. 26. I gotta remember 26 untracked files. Yep, this is all pretty much insanity. So sys5 ABI doesn't require any shadow stack stuff or anything like that? Siraide, also, could you commit the examples you have that are up to date, like div test? I think I did div test, did I? Did I not? Did I do the other example? I did simple pointers, didn't I? I think I included div test, question mark? I don't have it here. Yes? Is it here and I don't see it? I don't think it's here, right? Is it being, it shouldn't, it's just, yeah. Siraide says, I'll handle sys5. Bless. Bless. I'm glad. I think div test is pushed. Let's just go check. Examples. Nope. What? Siraide says, as the Linux user here, I feel like I'm obligated to take care of that. And it also helps that I can actually test that on my machine. Well, it's true. Why is div... Okay. What happened? Check git ignore. Did I add a single test? Div. Ah, that would be it. We'll just call it division. I'll just rename it. That should probably be not in the git ignore as well. Don't worry about it. Division. That's not correct, I know. But, do you have a better name? Divmod? Divmod shift? Let's go with divmod shift. Sure. Who cares? Okay, divmod shift. That's better. Did I stage anything else? Nope. Example. Include divmod shift example, which is div mod shift. Sure. Okay, push that first, just so I don't forget. Next, where are we at? The back end. So we fixed... What is that? Oh, it just looked weird because it was split across lines. I was like, what am I looking at? Okay, go back. Don't open it. Okay, we did it right. It worked. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm dumb. I saw this if, and I was like, why does this if not have a break in it anymore? And I was so confused, like, why? But this is the switch break. And this if ends up here. I just can't read, that's all. I don't read too good. Do we even need this? We do need that. Okay. Classic diff formatting, confusing as ever. It's true. I wish there was a special diff format for indent changes. I don't get why that's so hard. I want to see if nothing has changed except all it did was move over. Like here. Right? These two, all they did was move over, but they get replaced entirely. And it's so confusing because these are the same. And ignore white space doesn't work because new lines don't get included, so then blank lines like this would just not show up, which is annoying. It's killer. It's really killer. There's no good answer in C. Yeah, that looks fine. I went over it like 3 times up and down. I didn't see anything egregious. I like the comment. Probably could do better explaining what we're doing here. Doesn't matter. We'll get there. Cool. So this will be x86 64. Should I do code gen like this? Yeah, we'll try that. We'll try out that syntax. We'll see how I like it. And this is going to be mswin external, I guess mxwin x64 calling convention. Properly follow mswin x64 calling convention. I usually do a slash, but colon also works. I'm fine with a slash. Properly follow mswin x64 calling convention. Kind of just want to copy and paste this thing. Yeah. That's not too insane. Is that 4 spaces? It is. Okay. That's mainly what we fixed, right? Also, tail calls have to spit out an epilogue now on mswin due to the fix implemented requiring a prologue on mswin. There's no way around this. Okay, I don't think that's insane. Make sure to archive the page on the Wayback Machine before Microsoft yeets it, lol. Oh, that's a great idea. Yes. Yes. We're going to push these changes, and then we're going to go do that. I'm not even kidding. That's worth it. What was that Facebook? I don't even have Facebook. Why did I recommend Facebook? Saved twice. That's good. Can you save it again? Because I'm sure it was different. I don't give a don't save the error pages. Save as little as possible. All right. This should work. Perfect. Perfect. Done. Okay. Does it work? Always test the Wayback Machine links. Make sure they work. Okay, sorry about the flashing. Siraide says, oh dear, stream's buffering again. Yeah, my bitrate. Weirdly enough, my bitrate is way up. I don't know how that works. But yeah, I'm dropping frames left and right. It's not me, though. It's Twitch. My internet's fine. Siraide says, okay, I think it's better now. I think they like switched my CDN or something. Because for like 5 seconds, I had to double the bitrate that I normally do. Oh, it's dropping again. Oh, it's dropping. Also, this looks fine. We're good. We have div mod shift. Perfect. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah. Very cool. We did it. That was my only plans, right? Yeah, getting external functions. That was plan 1. Oh, it's dropping again. External functions, which work now. We did a lot this stream. Oh my god. We fixed pointers. Let's just make sure pointer still works. Should return 69. Okay. I got scared because it took a second. We're good. Okay. Pointers works. I don't remember. But yeah. Ooh. I think optimized doesn't work. That's what I'm remembering. Right? Does this return 69? Yeah, that's not right. Something's not right. Optimization of pointers broken. And it looks like, oh, it's this thing. Remember? Yeah, we just have to move whatever this thing is. This is very broken. Borked. Sure. I just mistyped broken, but it works. This has to be racks. This is supposed to be number with rip. Yeah, hold on. I'm an idiot. I wrote that backwards, huh? But then that'll work. There is no instruction. This is very borked. That's fair. Failed with code 69. Yeah, so everything is working. All this is correct. Everything's fine except for this. I remember now. Why is that happening? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Remember this craziness? That is happening. Something's going wrong. I remember now. Something's going wrong with the return. We're not trying to return 0. We're trying to return the function called L1. Siraide, Lamau, there is no instruction. This is very borked. It's true. Oh, I must be very behind. The stream is lagging because that happened like 30 seconds ago. I'll keep that in mind. Siraide says, I'll write that down. Okay. Yeah, it's not perfect. It works though. I don't have like here or anything, right? Yeah, I got rid of all that stuff. Okay. It's always how it goes, where I get everything done and then it still prints out like here 29 times at the very top because I forgot to remove debug output. But no, this works. Everything except the return value, which is something we can work on. And guess what, chat? We now have compiler optimizations thanks to Siraide. All hail Siraide, the poggest of poggers of PogChamps. But for example, look at this optimized greatest common denominator. Look at it. It's not as good now. I'll admit, but that's only because I'm on Windows, and that's not a joke. This would be gone. This would be gone. Not that. This would be gone if I wasn't on Windows. And so would this. Oh, that's messy, man. But so here's what we should do, Siraide. That's right. Needs prologue. Right? So to do, check that if we are in mswin callconf, yeah, recursive tail calls might have to be handled separately. Well, no, we'd have to keep the stack aligned, even in a recursive tail call. So I think what we have to do is that if we are in the mswin call convention, then we only need a prologue if the function So we should probably just pass a function here to make this easier. I'm just going to do that. Yeah? Is this going to work? Is this broken? Oh god. Yeah, you only need to prolog if it's not a leaf function, yes. Then we only need to prolog if the function makes no function calls. Makes function calls. My bad. We don't need a prolog if the function makes no function calls. We do need a prolog if the function makes function calls. Technically only external, right? Doesn't actually matter to us. Function calls that are not tail calls, obviously. Okay. Yep, that are not tail calls. Is that right? So if a function makes a tail call, well, we still... Okay. Well, even if there's a tail call, it doesn't matter. I think it's just if the function makes function calls, right? Because if there's a tail call, you still need to... Do you still need to do it? If the tail call is depends on the call, I suppose. That's what I was just thinking about. Like, wait, if it's an external function, then yeah, you need to do it. So we'll just say, so simplified like this. Simplified. Not F, it's a recursive tail calls. Tail calls can muddy the waters, but in general, recursive tail calls do not mean a prolog epilogue is needed. Okay, so real to do, right? Write a pass on the IR that keeps track of whether or not each function requires a prolog and epilogue. And don't do this shit here, yeah? Then we can just return if function needs thing. Better than recomputing every time. Okay, that's not insanity. Hopefully. Yeah, we should analyze things like, is it a leaf function? Is it pure? Is it no return? And so on. Exactly. Yeah. And I think that will be a part of implementing attributes for the IR. So when we get the like bit mask, where different IR instructions can all use the bit mask differently to set attributes, like function calls, if they're direct, indirect, or... I guess we already handled that, but we don't have to make that an attribute. But tail call could become an attribute, and no return, and leaf function, and stuff like that. Or we could just have all that, like each of those be a member, but I feel like that may grow the IR rather quickly. Siraide says, I'm not sure about tail call. I see. See, you're probably right. I don't know. Function attributes are probably going to be a mask. Yeah, a bit mask. That's what I'm saying, that each IR instruction will have a bit mask called attributes, and then we can just use that however. So for like an IR call, bit 3 could be whether it's a tail call or not. But for an IR immediate, bit 3 could be whether it's signed or not. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. This is fine. It weirds me out that we wrote these backwards. Is that getting anybody else? Siraide says, sure, yeah, we can add something like that. Okay. Hopefully it's useful. I just want to make it useful. That way we can keep the IR instruction size down, actual size of the struct. Siraide says bit field time. Oh god. Siraide says we need that for tail calls and don't emit anyway, so that's that. Nice. We're getting there. To do. MS when call conv isn't handled perfectly here. C needs prologue to do. Is that okay? Hopefully that's not insane. Perfect. Okay. In case anybody couldn't tell, we're getting towards the end of the stream. I'm running out of stuff to do. I think we're in a place where, yeah, we're pretty good to go. But I can by hand get rid of all this stuff. It's really not that hard. There we go. It'll work now. How about that? Hey. Well, I'm glad that I could take Siraide's branch and ruin it with Windows crap like this. I love when I get to mess things up and make them look ugly again. Remember when this looked good at the beginning of the stream? Nope. I had something to say about that. But yeah, it's fine. We'll get there. Optimizations are hard. I'll take a look at making the Windows code gen better. Bless. I mean, really, it just requires that we know whether something or not needs a prologue and epilogue. Siraide says, but you'll have to test it, Eyes. That's all good. I have a dedicated Siraide compiler now. You have your own on my machine. Your main branch? Ooh, it's right here. I'm down to test. Siraide says, yeah, and we should be checking for all of this anyway. It's true. We should already know. The compiler has the data. It's just not organizing it properly, right? Like knowing about pure functions is useful. What is a pure function? Which means we can dead code eliminate them. Because they have no side effects. So a pure function has no side effects? No pointers? So we basically just have to loop over the instructions in a function, and then if it's a certain type, it's pure. It's not pure anymore. A pure function is the function that has no side effects. Is that meant to be one word? Given the same arguments, it will always return the same value. That's a difficult one. So you can't, pointers are involved breaks pure function. Is that correct? So I'm going to let people know. It's happening. Siraide says, if it accesses a global var or assigns a pointer to a pointer argument, or calls an external or non-pure function, then it's not pure. Well, that's confusing. So, how do you know the first function is pure? Is that insane? I have to pee so bad. I'm up to my eyes. I'm floating. Siraide says all functions start out pure. Okay. That makes more sense. because, yeah. Goodbye. Soon. Nope. Controller, say that one. Perfect. Goodbye soon, TM. They are marked as non-pure if any of the above conditions are true. That makes a lot of sense. So, the fact that they start out pure means if something is non-pure, then any function that calls it is also non-pure. Craziness. Main is inherently non-pure, right? Because it has pointer arguments. Siraide says, what? You don't have TM on your keyboard? I do not. I do not. Siraide says, yeah. Okay. Also, I've probably never shown this on stream yet, have I? You look at my keyboard. I have a split keyboard now. I mentioned having a new keyboard. I don't think I showed this. This is my layout. This is the default. Siraide says, yeah. Alt gradient menu shift K for me. Alt gradient. Windows doesn't even have alt gradient. Alt gradient in Windows is treated as Control and Alt. So you just said Control Alt GUI Shift K, which isn't, how do you even, that's like a hyper key. What are you doing? But yeah, these are what I got. And the numpad, which can be toggled here in all of them. Yeah, it's Control Alt on Windows, also called Right Alt sometimes. That's always confused me when people mean Right Alt, but they say Alt Gradient. Because on Windows, not equal. Right Alt is a key. It's a scan code. Alt Gradient. What is the Alt Gradient scan code? Okay, I gotta look this up. On Linux, it's not Control Alt on Linux. Right. Oh my god, that's bright. Huh. I don't trust this website very much. They don't even have it, do they? Am I dumb? I'm small-brained. It's not here? It's not here. Also, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be Alt Graph. Is it really? I just figured Alt GR meant Alt Gradient. I'm looking it up. Tell me your ways. It's Alt Graph. Okay, you're right. So it's a modifier key other than a second Alt key. Yes. The first key to the right of the space bar. Well, that doesn't work from backspace. I get what they mean. Alternate graphic according to IBM, Lamau. Crazy. What? The Alt gradient key is used as an additional shift key? Okay. I didn't know that. That's cool. Control Alt. Windows interprets Control Alt as Alt gradient to accommodate some compact keyboards. Thus, Control Alt A has the same effect as Alt gradient A. Because of this feature, Microsoft advises that Control Alt not be used as part of any application keyboard shortcut. Christ. I'm speechless. Microsoft is crazy. What? Okay. Okay. So, for example, in Germany, alt gradient shift Scheiße to produce Scheiße. Capital Scheiße. Scharfes? What is that? Scheiße is shit, isn't it? What's that? How do you say that? The double S? What's the name of it? SZ? 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 Okay. Or Scharfes? B is sharp S. I assumed this B. Yeah, it's that B. Okay. Sharp S. So sharpest S? Would that SZ? SZ? I can't even say that. It's not a B though. I know it's not a B, but it definitely looks like a B. You're not gonna, that's always gonna happen. It used to be, you know, a bosom. It changed to SI, apparently, and now it's B. SZ is SZ. Sharpest S is sharp S. Okay. So just a sharp S is what I should say. Yeah? It's hard to remember. Sharp S. Wow. Oh. Where's plus? Plus is with multiply. I guess that makes a lot of sense. But then you'd think division and subtraction would be together, but they're not. Oh. Siraide says no, SZ literally means SZ, as in S, the German name of the letter S. Oh, okay. That's good to know. Alt gradient is crazy. Y and Z are swapped on a German keyboard. See, that stuff I understand. It's like, oh, you use Z in Germany all the time, but not Y. So put Z in a proper place where you're going to use it all the time. And the semicolon is in the wrong place and so on. I was just crazed that plus, equals, underscore, and minus were separated. That would take so long in my brain. Even here, you see I have to keep this. What? How could I put anything else here? Know what I mean? Like, if I put something else here, I end up hitting it when I mean to hit this. But I've been trying to move it down here. You can see that's KC minus, the key code for this. Right? KC minus, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It's here. You can see at the bottom, KC minus. So yeah, when I hold this, it's alt. When I press it, it's the minus. I also have it here, but it's kind of hard for me to reach because I have small little hands. So I end up pressing this one more than this one. Siraide says, it's a massive headache whenever I need to type on someone else's laptop or PC and they have a German keyboard layout. I think I would be ruined now. Even if you handed me a regular keyboard, I'd probably be ruined. This is what I'm used to. So it's not really ideal. You know what I didn't do at all today? I did not shout out anything. Go press the links. If anybody is still here, please click those links down below. Please. For example, check out the Discord. Don't shake Windows too fast. Siraide says, I always end up typing thou and theys instead of you and they, Lamau. But yeah, be sure to check out the Discord where you can get help with code, check out linguistics, off topic, say anything you want, right? Maple Story. We love talking about Maple Story. You know, just come talk about whatever you want. We want to see you. And if you join right now, you'll be on stream and I'll wave and say hi and it'll be cool. So if you want to join the Discord, I really recommend it. It's down below in the links, the about section. Also, check out the other links there, for example, to the GitHub and Codeberg. LenserOS is on Codeberg. But yeah, check it out. You want to come get the compiler? Come get it. And we have it all updated for today. How about that? How about that? But yeah, we have it all updated. It's under the MIT license. Come and do whatever you want to it. Make your own. You're allowed. It's been 4 months. That's incredible. I would not have guessed that. When did Ready, Set, Go happen? What day? Is there a date? There's no date, is there? RIP. There's a date somewhere in the metadata. It's just not shown. Aw, look at this. This cute. Oh, it's on August 1st. Well, that's easy to remember. At 10 a.m. Well, guess what? It's been 5 months. 1st of August, it's at the top. Yeah. Was it at the top back here? Oh, it is right here. Lol. I missed it. We've been working on it for like 4 or 5 months now. How about that? How about that? And we continue to work on it up until 30 minutes ago. And you can too. We're accepting pull requests. I recommend it. Anyway, that's the GitHub. You checked out the Discord. Nobody joined just yet. So guess what? If you're watching the YouTube video, you can be the first to join and pretend that you showed up right here. How about that? How about that? Honestly, if you're watching the YouTube video at this point, why did you just watch 5.5 hours of me doing nothing? Just coding. Honest question. Anyway. I get it while it's live. It's like, there's something to watch. Why would you watch this? No, I'm kidding. But be sure to check out all the links down below. There's a donate button. Do I deserve your money? You decide. And that's all we got. That's not bad. That's pretty good. It's gonna go down a lot when all this LenserOS stuff goes away. We have like 50 contributions per day. 20, 30, 12, 34, 30, 32, 12, 2, 20, none. 20, 12, 46, Jesus. 38, 35, 50, 35. That's incredible. You can see I took a break. I slowed it down, luckily. I would have gone insane, I think, if I kept going. Anyway, check it out. Oh, rainbow. How beautiful. Anyway, goodbye. It's no longer soon. It's now. Now is goodbye. Thank you all so... Oh, my stream's cutting out. It's perfect timing. Perfect timing. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I will see you in the next stream, which will be as soon as possible. We'll get more done on the compiler, more optimizations, more better. It'll all be more better. And, yeah. Thanks all. Oh yeah, Siraide may even be in the next stream. How about that? You get to hear his dulcet tones. What about that? What about that? Anyway, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, check out the Discord. Check out the links. Click the button. Do the thing. Siraide says, ta-da. Bye, Siraide. Thank you so much. You're an amazing help, as always. I don't know what I'd do without you. Other than, sit here and write terrible code. Thank you all so much. I appreciate it greatly. And I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye. I'll see you. Bye.